Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. I'm just happy to be alive.
Well, I'm sorry, Lawrence, that sounded more like a death march than we really meant it as a joyful celebration. It may not have come across that way, but,
Thank you.
but anyway, happy birthday. All right, we'll begin this morning with a comprehensive fundraising campaign report from President Skuvenek and from Byron Kennedy. President Skuvenek and Byron.
Byron's going to share with you an update on the capital campaign. And I want to say thank you for all of you that could be for the public launch. I think that launch kind of personified part of what this campaign is about. It's a chance to bring Red Raiders together, to tell the story of Texas Tech, and also to talk about what the future holds. And Byron's going to share some of the progress that's already been made, but we have 4 priorities, none more important than transforming lives. That's scholarships for students. And I believe that since this campaign has started, we have already been able to create, I just got this note, 412 new scholarship endowments in 4 years. And so that's really what it's about. And with that, Byron, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this group. I greatly appreciate President Skuvenek, his leadership, and all the things that get us to being able to talk to you about this today. And that's the point. It's a comprehensive campaign. There's a lot of great things happening at the university, tremendous momentum in every direction. And the campaign hopes to find ways to take that to the public and find investment in those things. It's a great time to be at Texas Tech, and it's an exciting time to go out and find those donors that want to support us. I'll be able to tell you a little bit about the campaign, about the goals, and about the things, but I don't know that I'd be able to do it justice beyond some of the creative work that we've done. So I do want to show you our anthem video from the launch the other night to start.
We're no stranger to endless horizons, where open land meets blue sky, where tradition
Red Raiders.
The Cape Master.
The symbol of Texas Tech.
transforms into the future.
Welcome to Texas Tech University. The fact that you are here is a sign of your commitment and your dedication.
Here, big thinking meets big doing.
Texas Tech prepared me to take on challenges.
Out here, horizons surround us. They inspire us.
And the fact that we come from this beautiful, diverse state, we're a lot freer.
Horizons push us to look further and further
I ask you to be a lifelong learner.
toward new realms of possibilities
The Red Raiders from Texas Tech.
Watch out for that SOB on the horse.
and towards what's never been done.
As Red Raiders, we have been instilled with honor, excellence, and service.
To break down more barriers
Texas Tech, you just don't wait for the future, you build it.
We show the world what our style of rugged ingenuity can do. Because we're not just enjoying the view, we're on the move. Finding new possibilities with every step in this very land.
I challenge each of you to make your mark.
Progressing in ways unimaginable, with no stone unturned. Across the universe and deep in the heart.
This great university becomes even greater.
And once a Red Raider rides, there's no stopping them.
Red Raiders have been doing that for 100 years.
Like the horizon before us, the results of the work we do today and tomorrow will go on and on.
God bless Lubbock, Texas, America, and God bless Texas Tech. Wreck 'em Tech.
Byron, we do want to thank Regent Cash. Maybe you could tell that story.
Yeah.
His ranch.
You beat me to the punch. The next thing I was going to say is special thanks to Regent Cash. So all of the scenes with the Masked Rider were filmed at his ranch. I think you were there and you got to show some of our creative friends around what real West Texas is. They had a great time, but greatly appreciate you being willing to. That was the best way that we could feature you in that video, I thought.
I can tell you that the guys from Philadelphia and LA, they got off out of the trucks and they had shorts, flip-flops, and cowboy hats off. And my guys had cowboy hats on, but not quite in the same. So there was an interesting blend of folks that happened, but it was a neat experience. So.
Well done and greatly appreciated. So that's On and On. And what was the idea behind On and On? As you know, and as you all participated in, Texas Tech's 101 years old now. What about those first 100 years are we going to continue to promote? What about those things that make us proud, have made us what we are today? But what about that ambition that goes forward and the way that we want to continue to grow and build, innovate, and win? And so that's the concept behind On and On. But let me tell you a little bit about the backstory. So as of September 1st of this year, you look back 4 years and you look forward 4 years, and those 8 years are going to be comprised, those fundraising years will be comprising the campaign. Every gift to Texas Tech University in those 8 years will count toward the campaign. This slide is a couple of weeks old, and so luckily we've been able to be ticking up. But as of today, we've got about $711 million in hand, looking back over the last 4 years, comprised of gifts from a little bit over 75,000 donors. Interestingly enough, almost 71,000 of those donors have given less than $10,000 during that time. So we've got a tremendously broad base, and we've got incredible supporters at the principal and transformational gift level. Lawrence mentioned it, and I'll talk a little bit more about it, but we've got 4 pillars. We've got 4 specific focus areas where we want to take these gifts in, and we think these areas are the most important things that the university does. The most important thing about this campaign is we can tell a donor that your gifts make a big difference, make the most important difference, and we're going to do that by taking gifts into 4 main areas. Transforming lives, which is to support students in the student experience. Fueling academic excellence, which is our research and academic endeavors, our professors, our teachers. Elevating our campus and community, and that's both our physical infrastructure on campus and the communities that we serve. And building champions, which is athletics, which is incredibly important. Our final campaign goal is going to be $1.2 billion. That's a goal that I think we're on track to meet, and I hope that we exceed greatly. But what I do want to say is what will mark this campaign is the impact. Where did those dollars go? What did those dollars do? What's the story we can tell about how Texas Tech was different after the great generosity of our donors? We'll do that again by focusing on these areas, as we've said, transforming lives. The number one need that we have during this campaign are large scholarship endowments. That's both most important to us from a business perspective, but it's also, I think, the very best of Texas Tech. We have a great history and a great opportunity to continue to take capable 17 and 18-year-olds and make them very capable 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds to go out and lead. We'll do the rest of these things, and in doing so, Texas Tech will be better for it. But as Lawrence said, he wanted us to talk a little bit more about that impact. If we think about just the scholarship piece, in just the last year, there were over 8,700 students who received a scholarship from a donor. 8,700 plus received donor scholarships. The average of those, almost $1,900, and the total amount of that is $22 million. So in an average year of the student body that we have, $22 million in scholarships are funded by donors. That's a little bit about the goals and the mechanics. We also had a great launch. To you that were there, to you that participated, thank you for being there. We had events Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and I think to great effect. I want to especially thank Regent Carrick Davis for being one of our featured speakers, and I think your part was the highlight of Thursday night. Thank you so very much. On the right was a concert that we did with donors, with alumni, and with our students. A great moment where we're starting to bake the idea of philanthropy across generations of Texas Tech students and alums. Part of the campaign is also marketing. You'll see marketing in a lot of different places. We've got it in Texas Monthly. You're going to see it in the Texas Tribune. We've got it in the Chronicle of Higher Ed, the Chronicle of Philanthropy. We've got billboards throughout the state. I hope that on your freeways in Dallas and Houston and Austin, you're seeing the campaign brand broadly as we mix it in with the university brand. Great thanks and appreciation to Matt Dewey and his team in OCM for being able to help us with these visuals and these placements throughout the state. That's the broad overview of the campaign. Again, tremendous work by many, many people allow us to get out and advocate. It's a great opportunity to speak about something that I'm personally passionate about, but I think all of us in the room believe in higher education and specifically a Texas Tech one. So a great 4 years behind, big 4 years ahead, and appreciate the support of this board and everyone else, but happy to take questions if there are any.
Byron, thank you. President Scuvinet, thank you. We appreciate that report. We look forward to continuing updates on the progress of this campaign, and we thank you for your good efforts there. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess in order to convene into committee meetings. The meeting of the board will reconvene after the last committee meeting adjourns today. Our first committee this morning will be the Audit Committee, but before we do that, a couple of just introductory remarks. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. Student regent serves on the ACS committee and as mandated by state law is a non-voting member. Actions resulting from the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. So with that said, we will begin with the Audit Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Audit Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that better? Part of this. Oh, there we go. There it is. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is now called to order, and I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August the 8th. Is there a second?
Second.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Mrs. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm going to talk today, give you a few excerpts from our annual report. Each year we have to prepare one. The State Auditor's Office defines the format, which is why it's so long. We have to include a lot of information in there, but I wanted to just pull out some information on our office over the last year. We have 17 audit positions, and we have one amazing executive administrative assistant. Our budget's about $2.25 million, and about 95% of that is compensation related. If we were a CPA firm, it would cost $113 per chargeable hour, if you will. Our team was really effective this year. We did meet our goal of completing 70% of the projects in the annual plan during the year. We did that in addition to completing 9 investigations. At year end, we always have things in progress. It's a pipeline, so it's not a hard close ever. It's always a pipeline, and in our pipeline at year end were 12 engagements on the audit plan and 1 investigation. We've since completed several of those. Our audit plan is intended to be flexible and responsive to changing risks. And so in light of that, we actually added 6 engagements during the year, just things that either were requested by management or that our team felt like we needed to take a look at sooner than waiting on the next year. We canceled 6 engagements. These numbers are pretty consistent with what you would see in prior years. And I've gotten a question before about canceling engagements. You know, are we under pressure to do that? The answer is no. We don't ever have any pressure around our audit plan or our engagements. And there was no exception here. And then 4 engagements from the 2024 audit plan, we didn't start those in 2024, but we carried those forward to the 2025 annual plan that you approved in August. I like to show how our work intersects with the strategic priorities of the universities. These are big picture. I didn't go to their strategic plans and pull out each of everything, but these are the really big things. There are 2 slides. You see student success and academic quality, research and creative scholarship, outreach and engagement, and cyber and IT on this slide. And I know you can't read all of that, it's a lot, but it shows you how our work sort of fits into those strategic priorities and helps support what the institutions are pursuing. And here you see, no surprise, finance and administration, a lot of work falls under that. We are looking at dollars, we are looking at how money is being spent. And then we also have our construction audit program that you see a couple of construction-related audits at the bottom. And speaking of that program, I really want to talk about it for a moment today. This is a partnership between audit services and facilities planning and construction that began about a dozen years ago. And the catalyst for this was FP&C, the vice chancellor at the time was really charged with revamping and reimagining how facilities planning and construction did its work. There were a lot of changes at that time around this, and he came to me and said, I really want to start an audit program so that we're auditing our construction projects and so that all of our construction partners, whether they're construction management firms, they're subcontractors, architects, engineers, they all know that their work is going to be audited. And so we embarked on this process. We went through an RFP at the time, and we've done this every 5 years since, to choose 3 construction audit firms to have in our stable. And this is a unique model across higher education. I haven't come across any other institution that is doing this. A lot of schools have their projects or some of their projects audited by firms like we do. But what really makes this different is the partnership. We refer to this as a Tier 1 process and Tier 2 process, so it's multifaceted. The first step of paying under a contract is that the architect or engineer, the project manager that's working on that project, will look at it for things like percentage of completion. How far along are we in this project? Did they use the kind of steel that we have contracted for? Kind of some of the physical aspects. And then every pay application, and each pay application can be hundreds of pages long. Each pay application comes to FP&C to be poured over and combed over by an FP&C contract compliance manager. They basically take a construction contract and they turn it into a spreadsheet with limitations and caps and what's included in the fees that are sort of a big bucket of money. So they go through that process, and they will push back on contractors or ask questions to get more information where they need it. And then the third-party construction audit process, our office manages that. So typical projects, especially large projects, will have 3 phases. Pre-contract review of rates that are proposed to be charged on things like labor and bond programs and insurance, internal insurance programs, et cetera. And then there's a midpoint review at about the 40-ish% construction completion. The auditors come in and they audit the pay apps to that point. And then there's a closeout audit at the end of the project. Our 12-year results for that program, you can see that we've completed 29 engagements during that. Sorry. sorry, a little bit louder. We've completed 29 audits during that time. Almost 750 million has been audited. Tier 1, cost avoidance, so that's the process inside FP&C, they've discovered about almost 7.3 million in billings that were not quite in accordance with the contract. Maybe it's unallowable costs or things that are duplicate billed, things that weren't supported properly. And then our audit firms, cost avoidance and recovery, have recovered about 5.5 million, a little over 5.5 million. The audit fees on that were 1.3 million, so the ROI on this is over 300%. It's incredible. And I want to give special recognition to Miranda Aycock. Miranda, will you please stand up?
If you must. Okay.
Miranda's a rock star. She is the contract compliance person at this time. Chris Kerbo, who's sitting beside her, began this process 12 years ago. Miranda's our the current one that goes through every contract. And one of the projects that's in your board report from us, there are 3 construction audits. One of those is the Academic Science Building at Texas Tech University, which you see in this picture. And that audit, there was 85 million that was billed, and the audit firm only found $12,084 that was not billed properly. A lot of that is because of Miranda's work on this project. So that's a 0.014% error rate. I wish we could all have that. So Miranda, thanks for your work. It's really an effective partnership. And the way that I know it's a unique model across higher education is every time I talk about this with my peers at conferences or seminars or chief auditor meetings, I get multiple people who either email me or call me or talk to me and want to hear more about it. This last year alone, we've talked to 4 universities or systems about this process. They wanted in-depth information. One of those is in Canada. And so it really is unique, and it really has, you can see, saved our universities so much money over the years. And all of those cost avoidance and recoveries go back to the university. My office doesn't keep any of that. FP&C doesn't keep any of that. Do y'all have any questions on this program?
How do we choose is there a rotation with there's 3 auditors?
Mm-hmm. 3 audit firms.
Townsend. How does that rotation work? And for instance, we don't have buildings that come up all the time. Mm-hmm. So is it just the next one's in the hopper and then the next one's that comes? How does that process work?
I think we've recognized over the years that our construction audit firms have different strengths and skills and experience. And so we may pitch a specific project to a specific firm. I think big research, buildings we usually toss to one of our partners called CBiz. We have Fort Hill out of South Carolina. They're newest, and so it takes a while from when we bring one of them on board until they've got projects that they're actually finishing audit work on because of just the life cycle of construction. And so we work together. I work with FP&C to identify, okay, let's pitch this one to this audit firm. Okay. And then, like I said, we go through an RFP process every 5 years to set our stable of 3 firms to do this work for us.
Kim, I think also I want to recognize Miranda for your good work. It's obvious. You come in during the process and complete the process, but I think Billy and his team need special recognition in this regard too for $85 million project, and to have that immaterial amount really to be recaptured, if you will, I think is just amazing. And it's not just that one, the Dallas Southwest building, the Carr Hall that was in the audits, tell a similar story. And so, Billy, I think you and your team are to be commended too. That gives great trust and confidence to this board that we're managing the dollars that we're entrusted with to be able to efficiently and effectively and economically provide these buildings. And obviously, the chair of the facilities and the vice chair have to take some credit for this. So I don't want to leave them out to recognize my colleagues, but seriously, Billy, you and your team do a great job. Miranda, thank you for your work, because that provides great confidence for this board that when we quote and when we have a number, we're going to be able to get close to it and provide for the students, the faculty, the staff, the facilities that they need and desire.
You know, one...
Julie and I definitely gave him clear and concise instructions not to screw it up.
Thank you.
It's funny because some of the chief auditors that talk to me about this program, when they hear that we're partnering with FP&C to do this, they kind of go, oh, well, our facilities people would never want to participate in something like this. They would not want to. They're kind of anti-audit or we don't want to take that close of a look. And so we really are fortunate to have the prior and current leadership in FP&C that we have, because this is a program that we're both very proud of, and we think it's adding so much value across the system. Okay, I'm going to move on. I have a few highlights from our peer review. Many of the people in this room took the time to talk to our 4 peer review team members, which I greatly appreciate. This is an important process. It's required by our standards every 3 years, but I always welcome this process because, you know, the number one reason is, do we conform with standards? We already know we conform with standards. We have a robust quality assurance program inside our office. But the more interesting part is getting to bring experts in from all over the country. These people have been doing their work, I think, minimum 20 years and some longer than me, and have them come in and really talk to us and give us ideas about how to continuously pursue excellence, which we do. This is the first page of their report. The highest level of conformance with the standards is called generally conforms, which sounds pretty wishy-washy and weak, but it's the highest level. So we did receive generally conforms in every standard, in every category. Really proud of our team for that. And then I'm going to talk about the recommendations and the notations they gave us, but I wanted to have this word cloud in the background that the peer review team compiled this from words that leadership said about our team and our work. So this is from board members and senior leaders that they spoke with. So in a peer review report, you typically see some progress and achievements, things that we have in place that they think are noteworthy. And so you see those over here: leadership and culture. We're a valued partner. Our independence and integrity are not in question. We have trusted expertise. They commented on the participation and the interest by the audit committee chair and vice chair, and I really appreciate Regents Acosta and Gordon in that regard. And then they also commented on how robust our audit planning process is, where we I meet personally with some like 80 people each year in preparation for putting the annual audit plan together. We take all kinds of feedback and requests and risks that people talk through, and strategic initiatives that they're pursuing, and really try to give a lot of thought to how we can best assist the universities with those goals. They also always include some continuous improvement, and this is probably the most interesting thing that we get every time. So there's some recommendations around audit scoping and reporting. I'm real interested in revamping the format of our reports. They've served us well for a long time, but they're getting a little bit dated, I think. Communications and outreach. They told me, Kim, people want to hear more from you. And I said, are you sure? But that was to a person, and I realized I can communicate more information than I do. Data analytics, we have been pursuing for a few years. They really encouraged us toward that. Our follow-up reporting processes, they had a couple of recommendations around that. And then we were in the midst of a gap analysis and analyzing the impact of the new standards on the way we do business, our policies, procedures, Regents rule, system regulation. We're in the midst of that. They just encouraged us to finish that. And then there was one recommendation that was really for, not for me or our office, but it was really for the institutions as a whole to consider. And the chancellor and I have visited about this, and that is to deepen the collaboration across audit, risk management, and compliance efforts around the institutions, which I really like. That concludes my report.
I'd like to just say thank you to Kim and her team for all of their tireless efforts and to share with the Regents that Regent Gordon and I spent time with the evaluation team privately in private sessions, and were involved throughout the entire step of the process. So I really want to make sure that we give congratulations to the team for such a successful outcome. I do have one question, Kim, that I wanted to see if you might address with us. In the report, there are some issues that are sort of dated in resolving. So could you talk a little bit about how you bring those up to date?
I think you're talking about in our board report.
Yes.
Okay. The very last report in our board book is always status of management action plans to address issues that we've seen in prior audits. So we do have a process around that, and you saw that the peer review team commented on ways that they thought we could strengthen that further. Our standards require that we follow up on every audit, assurance engagements, not necessarily management advisory engagements, but we follow up on every audit, and we have to report on those until they're complete. So that report does track the most critical issues. That's what you see. We also have what we would call less critical institutional issues. We're tracking those inside our office, but our peer review team long ago recommended that report's too long, shorten it, focus on the very most important things. Our process changed over the last year. We're using some automation that was available within our audit software to automatically send an email to the client that's responsible for that management action plan, and that they tell us that in each audit. They send us a management action plan that says, here's who's responsible party, and here's when they think they can get these things done. So we key off that, and we have a system that pings them before the due date, and then it keeps pinging for a few days after, and then our audit team will get with the clients to see, have they done these things? Do we need to do testing again to validate? So we have different ways that we validate that, but that's how that process works.
Excellent. Okay, any questions from the Regents?
Just one more quick comment on this. The temptation is to think in these types of outside reviews that it's friends reviewing friends. And so the cynical side of you could say, well, yeah, they're going to get a pretty decent report. That was my first question with this review committee. Have you ever been on our campus? Have you ever, are you even familiar with Kim in any form or fashion, or her office? And to a person, no. One vaguely remembered her from a conference. So I want this board to feel comfortable that this evaluation was objective and was done, I think, in good faith and in an appropriate manner. And it was really, frankly, from my standpoint, very confirming and affirming that their responses were such that they hold Kim and her team at a very high standard, and were very, very, very complimentary of the processes, and it's evident, and you see in Kim's work and her report. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, these are peers, not close friends. We do know each other. One of them I only met, two of them I only met in the last few years. One I met through a chief auditor Power 5 group that one of our former employees, who's now the chief auditor at UT Austin, put together. I just became really impressed with him, with the feedback that he gave us in that group, and I thought, man, I want him on my next peer review team. I'd never met him in person before he came here. So, thank you so much.
Ms. Turner, we want to thank you again, to you and your full team. We've had the opportunity to work with them since we became Regents, and I'm just continue to be very impressed with how detailed and how professional everyone is. So congratulations to you. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Arcelia. Next to meet is the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Today's meeting will be very concise until we get to President Skuvanek. But Billy, please present item number 1.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. So first items at Midwestern State University approve expenditure of the Student Success and Military Education Center project for Design Professional Stage 2 design services. As a reminder, this is a partnership between MSU and Shepherd Air Force Base that is fiscally supported by not only the city but multiple foundations. So a great team effort to get us into this project. This is the Bredwell Activity Center, and this project concentrates only on the second floor. And you can see the blue area is the Military Education Center. The red area is Student Success, and then we have some yellow that's some common areas that they share. The square footages there have changed a little bit since the last time we talked on this, but I think that was in August, but pretty much the same. We're trying to bite off maybe a little bit more under this budget to give them a little bit more finished space. I was on the job a couple of weeks ago. Very clean shell space, as you can see, so it won't take long to get it designed and get moving and get this up there. So the scope of services is for Design Professional Stage 2. That's going to be design development, construction documents, construction administration, statement of probable costs, and project schedule. And our goal is to finish the drawings 100% and then put it out for a competitive bid. We call it a CSP, competitive sealed proposal, and I think that's going to be the method that we take. So the project overview again, Bredwell Activity Center, second floor. It was remodeled back in August of 22, and then it's going to be used for the Student Success Center. The second floor total area is going to be 17,345 with approximately 12,720 to be utilized by this initiative. And then it's going to have 4,600 left over for future as President Haiti keeps moving.
Yes, and we are so very excited about the project and obviously the collaboration. And we're currently, as we speak, awarding scholarships. We need to have that central space. And I believe Provost Brown Marston is here. And the provost, I think, Billy, she was a construction manager in her prior lifetime. She's done a phenomenal job of partnering with the base to design this space. So we're really excited.
Well, thank you. So the additional request is for the design services of $287,348 to revise our budget to $387,073. And the recommendation is to approve that number of 287 for the Military Education Center, Success Center, for a total budget of $4 million. We're going to amend the design professional agreement and authorize Stage 2 services. Again, these expenditures will be funded through grants and gifts.
Are there any questions for Billy? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please, I think, is Jim Brett?
Jim Brett couldn't make it today, but we got Jennifer Workman back there. She's the Director of Marketing and Business Development, filling in for him. So if you have any questions that I can't answer. So thank you for being here. Yes, sir. So approve expenditures of the National Ranching Heritage Center Red Steagle Institute project for Design Professional Stage 2 design services. We've made some pretty good progress on this since we came to you last time in May. This is the site plan as it's being developed. You can see the new Red Steagle Institute on the right side in the gray. That's about 38,000 square feet, or 30,000 square feet, excuse me. The existing National Ranching Heritage Center is at the bottom. And then a lot of the effort is going to be on the site plan, and that's starting up there at 4th Street at the top, trying to get a turn in right there. If you've ever come down 4th Street, it's dangerous to try to get in here. A lot of work in the existing park, a lot of vehicular travel, trying to improve that throughout, parking, and then just pedestrian. You know, right now, the existing center does not have a very good front door. And so a lot of this is how do we get people in and out of this facility and also enhance the existing facility while we're building Red Steagle. So this is kind of a concept rendering of the entry courtyard. We're still working on the material selection and what that looks like. It'll probably look more like the existing Ranching Heritage Center with the red roof and different material on the walls. And then the floor plan's kind of laying out like this. And some of the key ones are, number one is the bit and spur shop. That's up there. Number two is the main gallery, which I'll show you a few pictures here in just a little bit. And number three is the leather shop. And then also down at the bottom, it doesn't have a number, I don't think, is the amphitheater, which is a place for performances and for poetry and music and readings and all that. So something that the existing National Ranching Heritage Center does not have. So if you're looking at the main gallery, this would be what it looks like if we were setting it up for a banquet. And then here's probably an everyday, just looking at the exhibits there and what's going on in the facility. So it's really come a long way. It's amazing, the Ranching Heritage folks and their directors have a very clear understanding about what they want this facility to do, and their support's been really great on it. So I'm not going to read the whole thing because it hasn't changed since I came last, but the mission's still the same. That will honor the excellence in Western writing, music, leatherworking, metalworking, painting, and sculpture. Those are the 6 main focuses. And then just for the opportunity for students to learn from the masters. And we feel like we're losing a lot of those skills as some of them aren't with us any longer. So here it is, the scope of services for Design Stage 2. I will tell you right now, I'd love to have the approval for all of Stage 2, but we have the funds to just get through DD's design development. So the design development will be done with this approval today if we get that, and then we'll do some probable costs and project schedule. But as they continue to raise funds for this, and they've been successful so far, we'll keep moving and get finished with Design Stage 2. So that's the ask, and the additional request for the $1.5 million is for all of Stage 2 design services for a revised budget of $2 million. So recommendations to approve that expenditure of $1.5 for the $2 million total, and then we're still recognizing the budget of $28 million, amend the design professional agreement, and authorize Stage 2 design services. And that's funded with gifts, sir.
Billy, talk to us a little bit about, when we're looking at a $28 million project and we're sort of stumbling here, not going past $2 million, how do we get into this project and know that we're going to be able to see it to the finish line when we're so dependent on funds that are not yet committed?
That's probably, Bridget Cashman could answer some of that for me too, but what Jim Brett's telling me is that it is gaining a lot of momentum. And if you went to the Golden Spur ceremony, I went there and actually talked to Red Steagle about it, and I think there's a lot of excitement about it. The funds that we are using right now for design are designated only for this facility, and so we're very cognizant of that, and Noelle knows exactly where we are, and we know that we don't move until she says, I got funds in hand, and I keep moving. But you want to talk about fundraising? Or where you are? Congratulations.
Yeah, well, I think a big part of this is the Ranching Heritage Association and its support. They have put funding behind having a campaign consultant on full-time. They've also approved and hired a senior director at fundraising to lead this initiative. And also, the commitments that we have on hand are approaching $9 million. Between the development director and the campaign consultant, they put together a portfolio of potential donors that in the history of this consultant's firm is one of the best that they've ever seen. So we feel confident that we are approaching the right kind of donor, and those gifts are, possible for this organization.
Any other questions?
And we do have a foundation that's supporting that too, but to reiterate, I communicate with Noelle that we won't move forward and get past what we have in the bank.
Right. Yes.
Regent Womble, the board of the National Ranching Heritage Association has always been a model board with which to work. We've had great leadership. They've always been very proactive in securing funds for the National Ranching Heritage Center, and I think this is their track record is something that gives a lot of credibility to this project. Jim Brett's leadership is really extraordinary. Also, having Red Stegall as a leading voice in this campaign is very helpful. There are a lot of people across this country that want to do this to recognize him. So he's a great asset, I think. We have a ways to go, but I'm very optimistic about it.
And Lawrence just told me that section, they're going to call it Dusty's Depot for some reason. I'm not sure what. I'm just reporting what I'm told.
I think it's Clay's Corral, actually.
He has a couple of them out there.
I would just say too, this is a very unique project in the scheme of in the fundraising world. So typically, like our on and on fundraising, it's very Texas Tech centric. The donors that are going to be involved in that are going to be really your Red Raiders. In this particular fundraising, this is a different. This is a very, very different. I saw the list of people, and these are Hollywood. You're talking about Dolly Partons, and you're talking about a different group of folks that maybe not necessarily have a tie to Texas Tech, but they obviously have a tie to Red. And when Mr. Stegall brings his works here, they want to be able to celebrate that. So I saw that list, and it's a pretty impressive list. And these are people that Red runs around with. This is not just hope and a wish. These are people that there's a tight connection with. So it's an interesting kind of a fundraise. We do have a new development officer on the ground, and really the partnership. What's the name of the Jennifer? What's the name of the group that we're working with that's helping us organize it?
Yeah, we're working with a firm called Dickerson Baker.
Yeah, they are extremely professional. So I have every confidence in the world that this project will continue to move forward. So,
okay.
If I could just add one fun tidbit about this, the latest episode of Yellowstone on Sunday featured a gentleman named Billy Clapper, and he passed away just recently. His Bit and Spur shop is planned to be a part of this project, and when he appeared on Yellowstone, 16 million people saw that episode, and a good percentage of those Googled, who is Billy Clapper? We have a post on Facebook right now for the Ranching Heritage Center. It's got over, I think, 2.5 million reach on it in just 2 days. The comments are, deeply hopeful that we can continue the tradition of makers like Billy Clapper. So I think, exposure like that shows just how important this is to folks.
yeah, Billy Clapper is he is the Picasso of the bits and spurs world, and so if you have a pair of Clapper spurs, I mean, it's the pinnacle of that. And his work, his family has given us his shop, and that's part of this. That's part of the Womble Bit and Spur Billy Clapper kind of consortium that's going to be put together. So,
okay. What is a best case scenario on design, development, construction, completion? Are we looking at a 3 to 4 year project or a 5 to 7 year project?
No, sir. I think, once we go through DDs, probably 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 for construction documents to get them to that point where we could actually put it on the street to bid it. But we'll work with some contractors too, once we get further in design, to be able to get a better probable cost of what this thing's really going to cost us to build. As you saw, that site package is very expensive. That needs to be done regardless of, Red Stegall Institute. This is just a good way to do this. So construction, I'm thinking, the site package would probably take a year, and construction maybe along at the same time with that. So maybe a 16, 18-month construction build.
Once the funding's in place?
Yes, sir.
Correct. And do we have, Jennifer, an idea, were you thinking a couple of years to raise the 28 million?
Yeah, we just did a estimate this week. We're looking at between September and November of 2026 being able to open the doors, best case scenario.
Okay, thank you.
And a lot of this material that this DD package will give will also be used for fundraising too, so we can actually lay something out in front of the potential donor and go, look, this is what we're doing, and it also shows that we're really serious about it.
I'd also say this too, and I'm probably breaking some kind of stupid rule, but Jim Brett's wife came down with a bad diagnosis. And so if you all keep her in your thoughts and prayers, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Any further questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 3.
Item number 3 is for Texas Tech University Health Science Center Lubbock 5B West Research Lab renovation. You've seen this project, I think, 3 other times, but what we're trying to do now is to get an early bid package out for demolition and early equipment package. This is where it's located again, 5B West at the Lubbock campus. And it's that big box that we've talked about. This is the existing plan that we want to come in and demo. We want to take all the walls and the ceiling out. There's a very large interstitial space at the HSC building, and we really need to get all of that down so the engineers can get in there and further design what we're trying to do. If you remember, I've mentioned that it's very heavy and mechanical and electrical. And so this is the big box that we're going to do, the modular walls in there that look something like this, where everything's on casters and the demountable partitions can be moved around. And then you have the quick connects in the ceiling for air and water and vacuum and DI water and whatever they need in there. So we're really just wanting to get started and get some equipment ordered. So again, it's for demolition, early equipment, so walls, ceilings, finishes out. That building will be occupied while we do that, so they'll have some limitations on that. And then the early equipment package is mainly for the exhaust systems in that area. And right now, those exhaust fans are 20 to 24 weeks out. So you're 5 or 6 months out. And Regent Culp, this one was probably about a 10-month, 11-month build on that. So we want to get those exhaust fans in. So the project budget looks like this for another $743,000 for the demo, and also ordering the exhaust fans for that for a revised budget of the $1.9 million. And then the recommendation is to approve that expenditure of $743,000 for the 5B West, and we're expecting a project budget of $11 million, and this is a CCAP project. And so accept a new guaranteed maximum price for this, and then amend the construction manager at risk agreement for that. So the total expenditures of 1.9 from the previously awarded 1.2 will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with the CCAP funds from the legislative appropriation.
Any questions for Billy on this item? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 4.
Headed to El Paso, University Health Science Center in El Paso. And what I'm going to do today, the next 2 items are very similar. And this is to approve the expenditure of a construction manager agent. And I have to keep these 2 projects separated, not only because they come from 2 different funding sources. This one's CCAP and the other one is from appropriations, but also for audit and audit purposes too. But what we did was to try to save a little money and get some efficiencies in this, since we are now one building, which I'll show you again, as located on the campus. What we did was we went out for one price, and then we will divide the price, split it up accordingly, whether it's based on square footage or scope. Obviously, there are 2 different type centers, but we're gonna seek your approval today to move forward and get that CM agent on for both of these projects. So here's a conceptual plan. We're still in development on this, showing where the building is. This is what she's looking like, which we're very pleased. We have a lot of support from the El Paso community and HSC, Dr. Lang and Jessica and their teams to get us to this point. This is a view from Rick Francis Street. At the west side of that building, on the left will be the cancer center, on the right will be the clinical building, and then in the middle will be a monumental interest that you can go either way on that. And then this is kind of a southwest perspective that shows the clinic. You can see the clinical drop-off, a little porte-cochere area where people can get dropped off there. Nothing's really changed much on the section view. The pink on the left is the cancer center, and the purple on the right is more the clinical. We've talked about how that slope of that site works, about 18 feet, so you can see the oncology center down below for really for radiation. That helps us in putting it below ground, saves us a little money there. And then the stacking diagram, not much has changed there. Clinic in purple, and then oncology's in pink. And we're actually all going next week to MD Anderson down in Houston to look at their centers down there to really try to enhance the patient experience, not only in the cancer center, but also in the clinical building too. So we'll make that trek next week. So the construction manager agent, we in our board rules, we have the option to either waive this if we have the president's approval and we think we can manage that, or we go forward with it. And this one, we're going to go forward with it because it's such a big build, a lot of concrete. We're going to need support, boots on the ground there. So what the CMA does is they work in the pre-con services for both of the projects, and they're going to look at design development. They'll review the design. They'll look at the costs. They'll look at all the evaluations if we're doing some VE options, and then they'll look at the schedule also. There'll be another part of our team. And then as we get going, quality control out in the field, they're going to be looking at observing, examining, assuring all the construction quality that's out there. And so, like I said, we have lots of concrete to pour, lots of steel to put in, lots of dirt work to be done, and so they're going to be helping us in the field to do that. So I'm not going to read all of these, but the project's basically the same. It's still 234,000 gross square feet. It's got 13 clinical areas that are listed in the third bullet there, so none of that has changed since the last time I presented this. Project overview again, lots of exam and procedure rooms, obviously in the clinic. That's a lot of the space that's in there, and then all the other supplemental support spaces below. So the project budget, what we're looking at is an additional request of $1.7 million, and that $1.6 million is that portion. It's about 60% of that CM agent fee. That's the way we're appropriating it right now. And so for a revised budget of the $10.3 million, and the majority of that you're seeing in professional services is the design team and the CM agent. So the recommendation is to approve that $1.7 million for a total of $10.3 million for the clinical science building only, with an anticipated project budget of $185 million. Award our construction manager agent their agreement, and the total expenditure right now will be the $10.3. And we do have the $60 million in CCAP funds that'll support that, and also looking for legislative appropriations, gifts, funds, institutional funds to get this thing built. That's the recommendation.
Dr. Lang, do you have anything to add to this? Any other questions?
I'd like to just say this is really important for El Paso. This is a game changer for that community, and it has support of the community itself, both financially and putting in time and effort, as well as the governmental support as well. So I appreciate, just want to let you know how important this is for El Paso.
Thanks, Pat. Anything else?
Pat, Dr. Lang, was the bond package approved by the city of El Paso? Was that for that's for the cancer center that we're fixing to discuss, not this?
That is correct. So Billy will mention that.
Okay, sorry.
If hearing no further questions, do we have a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 5.
Staying in El Paso, this is the cancer center portion of the building that we just looked at. Again, site plan, the elevation from Rick Francis Street. And then this is the corner view, the northwest corner of the cancer clinic, and you can see the porte-cochere drop off underneath there too. So again, they both have their own autonomy there, their own identity, in this building, which we think is very, very important for that. And then the patient experience, when you drop this patient off at that entry, that's why we're going to MD Anderson, and that's one of the things we're really concentrating on to help the patient have the best experience possible for their care. And if you look at this building, it's kind of cool too, is the infusion rooms where they'll spend a lot of time is on the top floor, and we purposely pointed the view towards the mountains. So if you're there, you can have at least some kind of peace and understanding there that you're up there, but you've got a pretty view to look at, and we're going to try to make it as easy as we can for you. And again, the section views, same as the other one, and the stacking diagram also. CM agent services are the exact same for both. And this project, nothing's changed on it either. It's the 122,000 gross square feet for the $122 million. And you've got the imaging center, which is about 49,000 gross square feet of this building, and then the oncology center of about 73,000 gross square feet with medical oncology, radiation oncology, and the infusion clinic like I talked about, and then various spaces used for support. So this portion of the CM agent fee is about 40% right now. And so the additional request is the $1.1 million for a revised budget of $8.3 million. And so the recommendation, sir, is to approve the $1.1 million for a total of $8.3 million for the Comprehensive Cancer Center with a budget projected right now at $122 million, award the CM agent agreement. So the total expenditures will be $8.3 funded with Revenue Finance System. We did get legislative appropriation from the 88th Texas Legislative Session of $65 million. And as you mentioned earlier, the UMC bond that came out, I think has about $30 million appropriated for this project. And then Dr. Lang and Jacob from UMC, the president over there, will have to figure out exactly where those funds are going to go into this project. But that's a huge step forward for us for financing this project. Do you have anything else, Dr. Lang?
Yeah, I want to echo Regent Gordon's comments. This will be the first medical building we've ever built in Paso. A current clinic building, clinic, cancer center together, was given to us about 30 years ago by UMC. They couldn't make it work, so they gave us their old building. So this is the first. In addition to the $30 million that the county approved for the bond, we received an additional $5 million as well, Paso Mental Health Foundation. Another $500,000 for patient care. We haven't even started raising money. So we're very excited about the project that is going to pass.
Billy, since these items are basically being built as one building separated, I'm assuming that percentage-wise, they're both fairly close to being the same percentage-wise of completion. Why do we have 60% of our CMA budgeted in one half of the building and only 40% of the construction management?
Right now, we just took square footage split on that, and that's where the 60-40 comes. I think there's more discussion that takes place because of the scope of each project. Obviously, the cancer center is probably going to require a little bit more observation and care. So it's a kind of a balancing act on how we do that. But that's just right now where we are in design, kind of the way we felt it was appropriated, just based on square footage.
And Billy, the process of using a CM agent makes so much sense in this particular case, especially because the decision-making, the market pricing, supply chain, there's such an advantageous way to do this, so.
Yes, ma'am. And I sent the partner selection material to you. I think we reached out to 6 firms for this, got pricing from 4, and then our evaluation committee that Dr. Lang and Jessica and his team sit in with our team came up with the selection on that you'll see in your partner selection material. But it is a perfect fit for that. That's just part of the QA/QC layers that we have to build in to these projects at this size for sure.
Any additional questions?
Dr. Ross-Spearman, does this initiative provide any insight or inform the movement here for the Cancer Center, and what can we learn or appropriate moving forward? Are there some information or concept design items that would be appropriate for the Lubbock Cancer Center?
So we have already broken ground on our comprehensive cancer center. Those funds were raised by University Medical Center, our primary partner in this community for that cancer center. There was a year's worth of work leading up to that planning, which included visits to other comprehensive cancer centers, some of which have NCI designation, which we'll talk about in a minute, that allowed us and informed us in building that building.
Okay.
And so we are a collaborator, a clinical collaborator and a research collaborator, but the funds for that were raised by University Medical Center and our county hospital.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it just, go ahead.
Yeah, and both Laura and I, the end point is to be a NCI designated cancer center. So our construction, our planning, the things in both of our buildings are with that end point.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions for Billy? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present your FP&C report.
I want to talk about two projects this morning, and if there's other questions or you want to see the other project, be happy to answer those questions. But the first one is at Midwestern State University, Bowling Hall renovation. This was the building that was built in 1966. The color of that's not very good for the building, but it was built in 1966. And we're well on our way in construction. We're trailing probably about 3 weeks late right now. We've got a kind of a schedule recovery sessions are going on right now. We'll meet later today with the provost and the dean also, talking about how we try to pick that up. So we're running just a little bit late, but I want to kind of show you the progress that we're making. So where the tower is, that's a new tower, and to the right is the new addition on there. So you can see the framing of the tower there, and then the new addition that's being built out. The new addition now has the deck on it. They're going to be working on the roof. That's going to probably be done by the 18th. Waterproofing is going on, and then a lot of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, or the MEP is being roughed in at this time. So some of the delays that we've had is, one is the foundation of that building. We went through a couple of different, I guess, scenarios, opportunities about what that looked like for peers. The other is, this was built in 1966. The brick blend is no longer offered. That was built on the original building, so we're working with multiple brick manufacturers trying to get the right brick color and the right look on that. Windows and glass have been a trouble trying to get windows and glass in there, but we think we've got an alternative for some of that too. So we're trying to work on that, work on the recovery on the schedule too. It's going to be delivered, the renovation portion is going to be delivered after the first of the year, somewhere around January 2nd or 9th. We'll move furniture in there right after that. And then the new addition will be towards the end of January too. So this is kind of a different view of the new addition up on the top left. And then the bottom left is the existing roof. And we had two penthouses there. The air handler unit, one supplied the north side, one supplied the south side, which is why we kind of phased this the way we did on a north and south axis. We've got the rooftop unit in the closest penthouse, and we'll start testing and balancing that here in the next week or so, and then all that gets a new roof too. But that's kind of a typical lab on the right, and on the left there, and you can see the new addition on those other two photos there. So manpower is about 90 to 100 folks a day out there working. We're finishing it from the third floor down. So the third floor, they're putting ceiling in, the lights are going in, the flooring's going in, so that one's wrapping up. And then you can just see it's just a little bit slower as we move down from floor to floor on that. So that's kind of where we are now, and I know the president's walked it multiple times, and so has Marcy too. The next one I'd like to highlight is the ASU Aviation Program. You can see the rendering there that started way back when, and the original date of substantial completion is January 2025. We're on mark to make that. In just a few photos, this is the front entrance there on the left, and then that's looking down the east side of the south side of that, and looking east on the south side of that. And then the top left, that's all closed in and finished up. And you can see how far we are along with, that's a classroom simulator building room on the bottom left. So that's the finish. We've got polished concrete in there, so that room's finished out. And then the main lobby over there on the right side. corridors, all we got to do is pad those out, and then the bathrooms are complete. We are going to move furniture in there starting January 6th, and that'll take probably about a week to get that done. And then we have the east side there. That's the part facing the runways themselves. So building's come a long way. The exterior concrete's almost done. Curb and gutter's done. We're working on the parking lot, and I think you got 4 inches of rain out there. The utilities are 100%, and we're just wrapping up the finishes on the inside of the building, so it's moved along pretty nicely.
I would also add, Regent Womble, and to the board, that we've had legislative staffers out there looking at what's going on there. Our enrollment is right at about 190 students. 20 of those are with the airfield operations. The rest of them are on the commercial pilot aviation side of that. We expect within 2025 and fall of that time frame to have right at about 300 students in the commercial aviation program. And through the help of Regent Carrick Davis, we're also looking at adding an air traffic control program also on top of that. So a lot is going on. I would also add that this is big for the city of San Angelo. They've already seen about a $5 million plus up as a result of what's going on with the commercial aviation program. Already looking at adding another runway as well as a new air traffic control tower out at Mathis Field. It's just big right now and growing.
That's my report, unless anybody wants to see another project.
You see now why Regent Carrick Davis was perfectly suited to be vice chairman for our air traffic control operation.
I think there's a lesson to be learned there about competing, because this is going to be a competitive process for recruiting students and funding and all those sorts of things. If you have the ability to really change the narrative to one that you've got an advantage, and we're really creating a program here that will have a real competitive advantage over other institutions that are competing for those same students. And I think where we can find opportunities like that and exploit those opportunities to provide students that are going to be unique in the marketplace. There is going to be huge demand for a lot of jobs around aviation. I know we're talking about mechanics and air traffic control and pilots and all these sorts of things, and that our institution there has the ability to really distinguish themselves from other sister or other competitive institutions in the state and in the region. So I think that we can use that as a model for how we evaluate growth in our institutions in other ways.
Sir, I would also add that the alumni that are working with us in Skyline Aviation, they have already committed to receiving all of the top of the model aircraft coming off the line for the next 3 years as a result of what's going on in the plus up in the program.
That's fantastic.
Ronnie, my only question is, did we build it big enough?
Well, sir, we think we have, and the reason behind that is all 300 students won't be in there at the same time. And more importantly, we also have simulators on the campus as well. And what we're also doing and growing with Southwest Airlines, we're also reaching out right now to United Airlines and American Airlines to see if they want to partner with us as well.
And we do, because of Regent Womble's counsel early on in this project, do have an area laid out. If you look over their future expansion that goes out towards Hanger Road there, we've got that, utilities ready for that and set aside. So we do have a little bit of expansion.
Any additional questions for Billy? Thank you for that report, Billy.
Thank you.
Our next item, we'll turn over to President Skuvenek to introduce, he looks surprised, to introduce our next speakers. He is surprised.
The birthday boy's a little confused today.
I was told to turn it over to you at this point. Yeah. Turn speaker on there.
Okay, I'm sorry, Regent Womble. Well, thank you for allowing us to have Dumont Jenks here today to give the board an update on campus master planning that's been going on now for probably over a year. They've done a wonderful job of soliciting input from students, faculty, and staff as to how they navigate this campus, how we should look to the campus in the future to do certain things, greater use of our classrooms, to minimize the time that students take between buildings, and to promote the way faculty can navigate this campus to enhance their collaboration. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg at this time. And thank you, Greg, for being here today to speak to the board.
It was well done. Impromptu there, Lawrence.
Sorry.
Thank you all, and thank you for having me with you today. It's a great honor to be with you. I'd like to start by thanking President Skubinak not only for that wonderful introduction, but also for the involvement that he personally and the entire senior leadership team has given to this project. Mr. Breedlove, as well as attended some of our meetings. I can tell you from our experience that having that level of engagement from senior leadership is the single biggest indicator of likely success for projects of this time. I'd also like to thank our working group, chaired by Sean Childers and Cindy Akers, for their terrific support. The purpose of the work is really to help the university establish a planning mindset. Yes, you'll see many specific ideas that you would typically associate with future physical planning for a university. But more than anything, the charge that was given to us was to think about, as we have our aspirations to potentially join the AAU or become AAU-like, what does the university need from a planning perspective, physical planning perspective, to achieve that? And a lot of that is moving to a proactive, data-informed process that allows us to make decisions agilely, but also in a way that will allow us to move resources where we can maximize their return in support of that goal. So what you'll see today doesn't only include physical ideas, but also tries to establish some methods that we can use, because the only thing I can absolutely guarantee is that 5 minutes after we hand in the final report, some new opportunity will come up that nobody had thought about during the exercise. So you'll see at the end some planning principles, which are really meant to be substantive evaluative criteria that the university and you can use to judge new projects and see if they align with the overall broad mission. One other comment we'd like to make very briefly on this sort of AAU goal is I'm just showing a couple on the screen here at the moment, but we actually looked at several members of this august club to try to see if there were any lessons that could be learned. And when you think about what AAU is all about, it's a primacy of the research mission, which is all about bringing people together and collaboration. And while obviously we can collaborate with folks all over the world, the key to successful collaboration is not only about intentional collaboration, but about serendipitous encounters. Professor Jones meets Professor X at the water cooler. They have some great conversation and discover the cure for cancer. And so real estate in the core of the campus becomes extremely valuable. And when you look, again, this is just a sampling of what you're seeing here. The very big difference between the way our Lubbock campus is organized today and many of these other peers, what we've colored in red here are all the small interior surface parking lots. So one key idea that you'll see coming out of this planning exercise is that that real estate is just too valuable for that use. And it's not typical for the peer set that we'd like to join. And so you'll see a whole idea about future mobility on the campus, which we think is really important. Mobility in general is handled in interesting ways on many of these campuses. For example, at the University of Arizona, they went all the way to establishing a light rail system to move people from the Academic Medical Center to the main campus to the downtown. So something interesting to think about. I was told to be brief, so I will not show you 100 million PowerPoint slides of all the analysis that we did. But we are very serious about being data informed. So we wanted to give you a flavor of the kinds of topics that we looked at that then informed planning decisions. And that ranged from everything from a kind of climactic and environmental look of the Llano Estacado and our great setting here, very unique setting here in West Texas, the High Plains. We're obviously looking at the Lubbock campus. We also looked at the New Deal Farm. We looked at the Equestrian Center, Reese. So it's very holistic in its nature. I just snuck in there in the bottom right-hand corner. That's actually our wind patterns. And so when we look, for example, at some of the potential priority projects coming out of that, you'll see building sightings and building organization. Everything is in response to this data about the very, very specific conditions that we find ourselves in here in West Texas. Now this is, I don't know if you've had it, many of you may have seen this, but it was certainly very interesting to us. We went back into the archives. This was the original campus plan. So you see a very kind of idea of a strong, bold north-south axis. What you're seeing at the top there is the engineering key. Our famous circle was actually originally a square. And we did not build the football stadium in the southwest corner of the campus. Obviously, that's in the northeast corner. So we didn't exactly execute this plan, but notice the strong north-south organizing concept. And when you begin to look at some of the data about how folks move around the campus today, because we had this strong planning idea originally, that north-south movement pattern actually works really well. As we've grown, however, and you see the campus today, an aerial of the campus today, each one of those circles is a 10-minute walk circle. The 10-minute walk circle is the holy grail of university planning because obviously it relates to our class change time. And you can see we can now fit about 6 or 7 of those circles within our core campus. But the key is the campus has expanded westward. And it's done so without that same organizing or animating idea that you saw in the original campus plan of that sort of strong north-south axis. And so having a great deal of land is both a blessing and a curse. It's obviously a blessing because it provides tremendous resources. But it does sometimes give us the temptation to, well, we'll just stick something out there because it's easy. And again, that then speaks to our goal of collaboration and bringing people together, which is so necessary for our AAU aspirations. I really do want to emphasize that we try to involve as much of Raider Nation as possible in everything that we did. This is some data that came from an online mapping exercise we sent out to the whole community. We had about 1,700 folks respond. And I'm sharing these 2 examples. People can essentially place little dots on a map to kind of explain different kinds of activity or show us how they move around campus. And we've just picked 2 for you to see. This is the aggregated data from all 1,700 respondents. Notice the sort of east-west desire lines, how people are trying to move through campus, even though we don't necessarily have organized paths for them to do it today. They're doing it because they have to do it, sometimes walking through parking lots or kind of walking behind buildings, and that's what you're seeing in that data on the left. On the right, and this was maybe a little bit of a surprise to me, I hadn't really thought about it, but just given the historic nature of the campus and the engineering key, these are dots that folks provided explaining where they socialize or hang out on campus. And we've picked that one, but collaboration, studying, many of these patterns are the same. You see this density of activity around the student union and the library. The southern portion of campus has really become a great and vibrant center of campus. And again, that was a great clue that you'll see picked up on in some of the planning ideas. And then last but not least, I should mention my partner and my partner's the design person, I'm the boring numbers person. But we do have an ongoing contest as to which of us can get into MoMA first, because he draws beautiful pictures and I produce spreadsheets. But I think you'll all agree this is a very elegant looking diagram. This is looking at all space on our Lubbock campus, excluding residential. So our total is just under 4.5 million assignable square feet. So you're not seeing the 1.2 million of residential in this picture. But it's actually very interesting because I think if you were to naively ask folks what percentage of the space at the Lubbock campus is in classrooms, very few people would guess that it's only 6% of the space. And that's not something you should be alarmed at. That's actually perfectly normal for an institution of our kind. In fact, if you were to look at other AAU institutions, that might be even 4%. So we're definitely in the ballpark. But the inglorious truth about university space planning is that most of the space is actually in offices. You see 30% of the space. So nothing to be alarmed at here. If we're talking about a couple of percentages, maybe classrooms, 6 versus 4, offices would typically be high 20s to 30. Labs might be a little higher, and again, as our research mission continues to grow, you might see some changes in this area. But it gives you some sense of the overall space. Now, I know that classrooms have been a topic that we've been looking at. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board sets a target that we should use our classrooms on average for 38 hours per week for scheduled instruction. So this little scatter plot is showing you each of our classrooms. That's what each of the blue dots is. The x-axis here is showing you the size of the room, the number of seats in the room, and the y-axis is showing you the number of hours that rooms are used for scheduled instruction. And so, again, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You see actually how few of our classrooms are meeting that 38-hour target currently. And obviously that has real implications. It ties back to funding through our SUSCO and other things of that nature. So we've looked at some ways, and again, you'll see this when we talk about potential ideas, that we can better improve the use of our classrooms. But it is really important, and it is really important that we do everything we can to make sure that the rooms are used as much as possible. So a similar data set, just looking at when during the week rooms are used. Very typical. Every university we've ever worked at has religious observances on Fridays, so that pattern is not unusual, but you do see a strong preference for the Tuesday-Thursday pattern. And again, for universities of our type, during peak hours, you'd like to see the classrooms much more in the sort of 90 to 95% range, which we aren't consistently yet able to reach. So what we've done here, and again, I'll spare you the gory technical details, but we essentially created a model to simulate how we could improve this situation under various scenarios. So we looked at both changes to the classroom inventory, and we looked at some potential policy changes which would encourage departments to schedule classes more evenly both throughout the day and then throughout the week. And again, modulo all the details, you see from these various lines, the blue line is where we are today, some ways that we could get significant improvement in this area. Of course, the statistics aren't the only thing that matter. What matters also, particularly given the size of our campus, is the geography. And so what you're looking at here is a heat map of campus showing, showing activity measured by hours of instruction. And our two primary classroom buildings are Holden and MediaCom. And as President Skubanak mentioned, one of the challenges our students have is just making it to class on time because of some of the distances involved. And in fact, it turns out that our two primary classroom buildings are more than 10 minutes apart. So it's physically impossible, if we were to continue in that way, for students to be able to move back and forth between those buildings within class change time. So that's another big clue as to how we might want to think about classrooms moving forward. And again, I'll show you some ideas on that in just a second. Obviously, classrooms aren't the only kinds of space. We looked at research space. I bring this to your attention because when we look at future development potential on campus, much of which may end up being research associated given our AAU goals, what's going to be important is that one of the major areas on campus that is ripe for future development is actually right next to our existing research core, which is great because we'll be able to expand in place. And then, again, I'll spare you the gory details. There is a numerical calculation that outside entities use to estimate how much office space we, quote unquote, should have, basically just multiplying a standard against the number of people we have. And you see a fairly significant divergence between that estimated calculated number and the actual space we have on campus. Some of that is inevitable because if I have 10 extra square feet in this office, it's not really extra space. But again, just given the prevalence of this space and the amount of space that it takes up, certainly something worth looking at for future efficiency opportunities. So again, a very rushed attempt to give you hopefully some confidence in what you're about to see being very grounded in facts and information. So we're looking at the campus today. We're looking back towards downtown Lubbock. So you see the rec center and the arena in the foreground, and then University Ave on the side. I'll pull that up here so you see University and the connection back down to the city on Broadway. And you see here the original north-south idea again, culminating in the engineering key. So the first big idea that we'd like to share for your consideration would be the introduction of several major new east-west corridors that resolve that challenge that we have on campus. So we're looking at 18th Street, we're looking at a student life corridor that I'll go into some detail. We'll look at the continuation of our historic entrance through now what we're calling the academic corridor. There's a smaller corridor just to the north of that that runs essentially to Arcoba and then to University that we're calling the North Corridor. And then there's continuing work on Drive of Champions. So these will knit the campus together and provide that same level of organization that today we have in the historic core, but not as we move east-west. And again, just to give you a sense of what these could be, this is a very common occurrence. And interestingly, that 3,000-foot distance, that's actually exactly our distance. You see it at various other campus locations as well. And what this will do, even though you're going to see the capacity, and I'll show you the numbers in just one second, to add tremendous square footage on campus, if needed and if desired, that would not come at the expense of green space. So this is the green space on campus today. Under the proposed vision, we would actually add a third more green space to campus and continue that wonderful character that we have today, which is very important for you to note. And we can do that while also adding, and again, I really want to emphasize, using the existing scale of the campus. So this is not an attempt to dramatically alter the character of the campus. It may be slightly easier to see in the plan view. If you look at the engineering key, which I can't point to, but just north of the circle, that's the kind of model that we've used to look at. And the good news is that within the core of the campus, without needing to spread facilities out, we can likely add. Probably the only change would be, rather than looking at sort of 2 to 3 story buildings, maybe 3 to 4 story buildings, which I think is just a responsible use of the land that we have. We could likely add another 2.5 million square feet in the core of campus. Again, if needed. This is a capacity study. It's not a directive to say we would need to build all of these buildings. But we can easily add another 2.5 million square feet. And again, in later phases, depending on needed, that could be as much as 3.5 million square feet. So the key takeaway is we have tremendous capacity within the core of the campus. We don't need to spread out. And again, that is exactly what we need to support some of our research and other goals. Now, to do that, we will have to think again a little bit about how we move around campus. So one of the challenges with the sort of small interior lots is it leads to what we like to friendly call sort of search and destroy missions. You go to your lot, there isn't a space there, so then you got to drive to the next lot, and then that just creates a lot of vehicle and pedestrian conflicts. It potentially affects the safety of our students, and it actually doesn't make anybody happy, because if you knew you could go to a lot and park there, it would actually take you the same amount of time as what's happening here. And then the other sort of key thing to think about is we don't have a simple campus circulator shuttle today. Our internal shuttle route kind of goes all the way around past the arena. So there isn't really an option for people, given the size of our campus. You sort of have to be in your car. So, and apologies to any civil engineers. I should be careful. I don't know what your professional designations are, but I think I've remarked before, I think maybe they had maybe a few drinks too many before they drew some of these roads. But when you look at the existing road alignments on campus, they don't necessarily allow for easy movement. So really, this is a multi-pronged strategy that would move the parking to conveniently located exterior parking garages, and you see those designated here. So the idea is to intercept cars before they come onto campus, provide people with a guaranteed place where they know where to go, that's zoned to where they live and work on campus, and then to pair that with a regularization of the street grid, as you see here with some proposed road realignments. What's most important here is actually the idea of a new potential mini loop on the west side of campus, because what that would then allow us to do is create an internal shuttle circulator with 5-minute headway times, so that you'd know you could come, you could park your car, you could jump on a bus shuttle and be anywhere you need in campus within a very convenient time. And again, if you look at some of those other AAU campuses that we were talking about at the beginning, even a Penn State, Happy Valley, very rural area, this is exactly the kind of system they use, again, because that interior real estate is just too valuable to designate for parking. So a little bit of a culture shift, but we think very much worthwhile in terms of the benefits it would provide. So obviously, showing 2.5, 3.5 million square feet, that's decades and decades worth of potential expansion. Where might we go in the near term? So I want to give you just a couple of examples of how a data-informed approach might affect how you think about potential future buildings. So one project that we've been fortunate to have been engaged in is a potential new facility for the Davis College. When you look at where food and animal science is located today, this is actual data for our actual students showing where their various classes are today and how far they're having to walk between classes in order to make their schedules work. And you see that on average, they're having to walk 15 minutes within a 10-minute class change time. And that doesn't work. So we've been able to locate a potential new location for a new facility that would change that average class change walk requirement of theirs from 15 minutes to 4 minutes. And so that location that we're looking at is right on the student success corridor that I mentioned earlier. It's also right on the potential new interior loop road, so it would have magnificent visibility from a number of different perspectives. And again, just to kind of give you a sense, so the main yellow band that you see moving diagonally across this diagram is the potential new student success corridor. The band going this way across the diagram actually goes all the way up to Arcoba. It's an important secondary access on campus. And then you see all the way on the left-hand side of the diagram the new interior loop road that provides significant visibility. Obviously, we're not designing the building that would, if this were to move forward, there'd be a whole design study. But you do see the idea of a C-shaped building with a southern courtyard, again, trying to respond to those climatic conditions. And most importantly, at least for the perspective of the Davis College, again, going back to those collaborative goals that we talked about at the beginning, we now bring food and animal science into close contact with plant science, with AgCom, with food tech, trying to foster those kinds of connections and collaborations that are so important. A second example might be a new integrated design village. When you look at the various programs on campus today, they're not well connected physically. They're all over, and the idea of bringing people together so that they could learn and train together in a way that would mimic their professional is something that has potentially tremendous value. So here we're looking at a potential site just south of the library, which again is a terrific location with great proximity to the Student Life Corridor and to the 18th Street Corridor. Again, the idea potentially of a three-building village, potentially with that southern exposure, again looking at some of those climatic and other concerns. And so when you look at the near term, that student success corridor becomes something of very intriguing to us. A lot of our student support, academic student support programs are in buildings like Weeks and Doak and Drain. So we're looking about how those can potentially be reallocated in a way that makes it much easier for students to navigate. We're thinking about a potential new satellite recreation facility that would provide a great front door on the Student Life Corridor. You see the first phase garage just to the south of a potential new wellness building. Potentially rethinking the library and the sub, investing in those buildings, and then the two new facilities that we talked about in a potential integrated design building and Davis College building, all happening in the same area of campus so that these individual investments begin to cohere and provide significant visual impact and a sense of excitement and a sense of change, which is very exciting. One other idea is that without impacting the program for the individual units in either the Davis College or within the Integrated Design Village, with a relatively minor increase in the program, it's about 25,000 assignable square feet in each location, we could actually completely reconfigure our classroom network on campus. And we could create a trinodal system. Again, Holden is a building we're looking to renovate anyway, but we could create this trinodal system really for our radar rooms, where each one of those buildings is now within a 10-minute walk of each from the other. Some of the space in MCOM could be repurposed for other collaborative and social uses. And so this would give us a chance to reinvent our classroom inventory, right size it, and do it in a way that would benefit our students and provide them with opportunities to move around campus. So just to give you a sense, this is the Student Success Corridor today. It's actually a perfectly lovely place, part of campus, but in the future we could double down, make it even better, perhaps create a flush condition, create opportunities for different kinds of movement patterns, and we're just past the library here. As you continue walking down, you would then get to the potential new facility for the Davis College. I want to emphasize anything we're showing for new buildings is not architecture, it's really just massing diagrams. New buildings would, of course, be consistent with the architectural style of campus. Similarly, on the academic corridor, looking back towards the campus, this sense of vibrancy, these connections, these ability to bring people together are super important. And then in the longer term, ultimately, given our size, we're probably looking at 4 distinct neighborhoods, each with its own balance of activities, recreation, learning, residential. And you know, when you look at how those kinds of activities are located across those 4 centers today, we have some way to go, but that probably is our long-term future. And so just to conclude, if we think about some of those principles, again, that I mentioned, these are what give us confidence that we can incorporate new ideas into the work. First and foremost, our students. You know, we've been fortunate to engage with many, many students during this process. The thing that we heard most clearly is that we're a family, that we feel welcome, that we're doing something special here. And so that great student experience is our primary lodestar. And we think we can best do that by focusing development within the loop, creating the campus as a destination, and that requires us to transition to a pedestrian-oriented Park 1 campus, Park 1's campus. And then you see the second bucket of items that are more policy-oriented around the efficient use of our space resources, making sure that we're directing investment where we can get the highest return. Many of the examples you've seen are interdisciplinary, bringing people together and creating inclusive environments for all members of our community, both internal and external. And if we're able to do that, then I am very confident that our second century will be just as successful as our first. So I thank you for your patience, and I'm certainly happy to do my best to answer any questions you might have.
What would be next? Probably the first 2 priorities would be that building on Flint, the design village, and then the Davis College. So once the board would bless this plan to the extent that we could move forward, would be what we would probably proceed. We've already talked about fundraising for those 2 facilities. That would be 2 of those 3 buildings you saw, that triangle in the middle of the campus.
A transformation like this seems so daunting because you know that it's going to take decades to really start to see the fulfillment of a lot of this. But had we done this 25 years ago and really had a more cohesive approach to where we wanted to end up being, we would be reaping the benefits of that today. And I think it's a decision that we really need to consider for a legacy for this institution that long lives us. And it's a big commitment that needs to be made with enough thought and enough impetus behind it that it carries forward through all the future leadership, all the future boards, and that it really sets a milestone that influences facility decisions for a long period of time. And there will all obviously be pain. There'll be a lot of gnashing of teeth when we repurpose buildings, when we decide that even though that decision was made 15 years ago, we're going to rethink that. And I think it's a big commitment that we'd be talking about making if we start to shift this needle, and it only has impact if we are fully committed to seeing it through to conclusion. Because if this lasts for 6 or 8 years and then we have a whole nother direction, then we have not done the service to this institution long-term that we need to do.
I couldn't agree more. So that commitment will have to come primarily from the board, to think that this plan has legitimacy and that it's something we can build on for the next 20 to 30 years. I do think, though, Chairman Griffin, you've even talked to me about, should there be a committee beyond, that doesn't exist now related to Design Village? We would start to form that committee if we thought we had enough support from the board to move forward. In the Davis College, they've already formed a committee to raise money for that building, and they're pretty optimistic they can. But all of those things would be on hold until the board gave us, I think, support to move, even in the short term, although, as you say, Regent Womble, this has implications for the next 50 years. But,
Chair Womble, there's a lot to digest here.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we can have a copy and have time to go through this? And then, I don't know.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's a time that we can kind of, there's just a lot to it. There is, I mean, my first question is the chicken or the egg. Do you build the parking? Do you build the roads? I mean, how does that process work? So there's kind of a lot to it. So is there a way that we could have that information to kind of digest and then a way to get back together? I don't know when, but.
And I think that's a little bit of the comment that I was making, is that it's easy to look at this and go, yeah, that would be great, but there's a cost. I mean, there's not only a financial cost, there's a lot of decisions that are going to be made over the next 2 decades that are going to be made with this goal in mind, that are not always going to be the easiest decisions to be made. So I think it's easy for us to say, yes, that'd be great if we had that. But if we just say that without really the commitment to, and the knowledge of what that really means to us, what is it going to be like to build these parking garages, to take out a lot of our interior parking, and financially and politically for us to do that. That's a big decision for us, and I don't think we want to sign off on it unless we fully have a considered idea of what that really means, not only to this board, but several subsequent leadership.
Absolutely. So, Greg, what do you typically provide as your finished product when you do it?
So we're in the process of providing documentation that will give a summary of the ideas as you've encountered them today, plus a series of technical papers that provide a lot of the backup as to how it might then proceed over time. So obviously, as soon as that's ready, we'd be delighted to share that with you. In terms of cost, I do urge you not to think of anything we've talked about today as an incremental cost, but instead of a way of directing expenditures that we are likely to make anyway. I mean, if you look at our history of expenditures, we're about $1 billion every 10 years. It's a way of doing that so that that investment coheres. We've done wonderful projects, and we should be very proud of them. I think what this vision is all about is delivering not only wonderful individual projects, but then getting those wonderful individual projects to come together in a way that reinforce one another so that we create synergies and get additional benefits. But yes, we'd love to share that documentation with you and get your further feedback.
Lawrence, we've had a lot of conversations about the 19th Street project, and it doesn't seem to show up in this particular plan in any of that. And is that project that we've talked about, I know it's conceptual right now, but is that project, was that kind of in their scope when they went through this?
No, 19th Street.
Oh, no, that is not.
Does that, and again, we could probably talk about this later, does that change the dynamic?
You have, look.
We have, yeah, so, and I apologize for time today, we didn't touch on everything we've looked at, but we have been fortunate to understand some of the thinking for the 19th Street project and the creation of a Southwest Gateway to
It's
campus.
kind of
I think it's very consistent with the broader vision.
Regent Cash, I think the 19th Street project doesn't really bear upon the new elements that are represented here. These are academic facilities. There we're talking about something quite different. So I think they kind of move forward independently of one another.
But it does impact it from the connectivity standpoint, the shuttle and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then the kind of the epicenter maybe shifting a little bit toward the west and
Yeah.
looking at it. So as long as it's in your purview and you've seen it.
Yeah, to the points that Regent Womble has raised about parking and probably traffic studies, I was asked to address the faculty senate yesterday because they're already raising concerns about parking. And I tried to allay their concerns by saying, well, the board has to first provide us the ability to move forward, and then we would have to do a lot of studies about if there's a new parking garage where they're in university that's already congested, how would that work? So
Lawrence,
there's some
specifically
big,
the
big things
facilities
ahead of
chairman.
us.
Specifically, the facilities chairman, those
Yes.
concerns need to go down.
The then current facilities chairman.
Yeah, and I do just want to reassure you, we do have a traffic consultant on board. We have done major traffic studies. I won't dissemble. It is a culture. It would be a culture change for us, but we wouldn't be the first to go through that journey. And it's in some sense, not an unusual story that, universities often start with a more commuter orientation and a more kind of localized parking solution. And as they go through a very normal maturation process, that inevitably evolves. And so it's no accident that we began our conversation this morning looking at other AAU universities, because that pattern is not the pattern on the majority of those other universities, where that internal campus real estate just becomes too valuable. So we're not making this recommendation lightly or in a vacuum. It's almost a necessary component of where we want to go.
With the other schools that you've worked with, do you have a best practice? Do you have some case studies of what they have, either what you have seen and what they are presently doing and how they are kind of tackling this project?
Yes, sir. We certainly are fortunate to have worked with many of the schools that we were looking at. And I'll say it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because we don't want to lose our competitive advantage by just trying to copy what everybody else does.
Sure.
So we always have to interpret it in our own context. But I can say with great confidence that the idea of creating better connections and bringing people together is absolutely the best practice. And what I'd like us to think about is not only the sort of research and academic and teaching benefits of having people interacting and moving around together, but also the recruitment and retention advantages. To achieve the research goals that we need to achieve if we would like to become AAU-like, we need to continue, we're already doing, but we need to continue to attract the best and the brightest here. And that means creating environments where those people want to live, work, and breathe. And again, when you look at some of those other campuses that we were talking about, it's not just about natural beauty or architectural beauty. It's about a sense of energy, a sense of vitality, a sense of excitement. And again, it's very hard to achieve that over a large geographic region. Bringing people together is crucial. So I think not only from a kind of collaborative and research agenda, but in terms of placemaking and vibrancy, these are all crucial components.
Chairman Womble, was this going to be an action item today, or was this just a presentation to kind of inform us of this is the first step in many steps that we're going to take? But we're not looking for an action item, are we? Not
No,
to my
this is
knowledge.
just for your,
Right.
an information item.
Okay.
That's all.
And I think the ultimate action, or the first action item, is not that we're committed to do everything that the map says. I think it really says we are committed to setting this out as a guidepost that we will make future decisions against, as the way I understand it.
And I think when we come to you eventually for the building on Flint and then the Davis College, it will be, that proposal will come in the context of this larger vision, but they're kind of separate issues in a way. And the last thing I would say is there is a proposal to this legislative session to dramatically increase higher education funds. That would be crucial for paying for some of the facilities. And Regent Acosta has asked that we sort of prioritize all of those requests for CCAP funding. Our CCAP request actually is that building on Flint. And so those resources would affect how we can go forward. And the last thing I'll say, and please don't take this as a patronizing comment, you spoke of legacy, Regent Womble, in 50 years or so. That enters into the discussion on 19th Street as well. For those of you who have been part of that, it's a bold idea, but I think it would be dramatic for this city. And so in some ways, I think it would be a wonderful part of your legacy to see these things done.
That was patronizing, yeah. We saw right through it. Yeah.
President Skubinek, I have one more question. The talk about AAU and increasing collaboration for research, what I didn't see here, and maybe it's in there and we just didn't get time to cover it, is a tie back into the One Health initiative and how maybe some of the decisions we make here can help bolster our ability to execute on that vision as well.
Regent Davis, that has been part of the discussion. And in previous meetings, we have thought about placing facilities over there in the Marcia Sharp, and that's a whole nother discussion, but that has been part of this. It's not shown here. It would be, again, a more dramatic change.
From an evolution standpoint, we meet again in March. What would you expect as we move forward with this planning and the conceptualizing and the visioning of this? Is there anything that would look any different or could substantiate or bolster what we're trying to determine in March at our next meeting? And because that might color our thinking as to what we want to do to help as a committee and a board move this forward and push it along.
I think we should have this in a detailed discussion, long-range planning.
Yeah.
That's precisely what this is, and it's phenomenal, because you've got to take into account, when you're talking about CCAP projects, you can't use state money for parking garages.
Yeah.
But at some point, you got to have parking garages. So, I mean, there's a lot of things like that you've got to take into account. This is the epitome of long-range planning.
Okay. Okay. And I think that's one of the few committees we haven't set up yet, probably. So that's a thought and a concept that collectively we ought to discuss. And if it needs to be, that one would be more just by the virtue and the essence of its name, probably wouldn't be an ad hoc committee. So I would see that being more of having a status of standing, which may require a adjustment to the Regent rules, which we can certainly do. But I'm kind of thinking from an evolution standpoint that we start, knowing we won't sit under the shade of it, but we need to get moving on to getting this tree planted somehow, some way, conceptually.
Yeah. It needs to be provided in sort of palatable, bite-sized pieces, too. When you see all those white squares up there, you think, what the heck? It's a bit overwhelming.
And when you look at the Davis College and the Design Village, are they in too close proximity to use those as launch pads to begin saying, okay, let's plan, at least we've got these two new buildings, this new concept, can we plan out from those two and see who's in the way or what conceptually it looks like to be able to accomplish those purposes, and does that assist us in the global plan? Those two things are likely to happen. We know that. Whether the big plan happens is to be determined. So why not use those two absolutes to begin to plan and use those as springboards for this vision?
I like that very much.
If I may, sir, I think it's helpful to break the work into three pieces. One is a long-term vision that's necessarily aspirational, and again, it's 100 years worth of development, and it provides you with a sounding board as you think about future ideas. On the other end of the spectrum is the near-term projects, exactly as you've identified, and those need to be very data-informed, very particular. I think mostly through luck, but through a little bit of hard work, we are very fortunate in that many of those projects are located in a similar geographic part of campus, which gives us that ability to create synergies as you've identified. And then the middle piece, and this is what I strongly encourage, if appropriate, you to take this as, is less of a didactic plan that's trying to spell out every possible thing that you'll ever do, and more as a kind of framework to guide decision-making. Regent Cash, I think the best practice, the best way to judge work like this is not on how good the future it envisions is, but rather on how many possible futures it provides. And hopefully we've done a good job for you to judge in doing that. But I do think that if you think of it more as this is a framework to support ongoing decision-making rather than something that's done, you'll benefit from that.
More to come. Not trying to add any more to Billy Breedlove's plate, but this is a long-term plan, as you said, 30, 40, 50, 100 years. Does this project, would this fall under FP&C? Would there be any reason to, I'm sorry, Billy, you and I are too good of friends for me to dump this on you, but is that something that you think you and your team would be qualified to spearhead?
Are you talking about just the capital improvements, the buildings themselves, the roadways?
The concept as well.
I think it's bigger. I think personally it's bigger than FP&C.
I think it's a lot bigger. We've already been working on this design institute where we had, I think, 6 deans involved, the president, CFOs, everyone talking about what that looks like. So it is a big group effort in looking at that. And when you see Gordon Davis and you talk about his group or what they're looking at, they're doing a lot of planning involved. It's not just go raise the money and build a building. There's more planning that goes into that, a lot like this strategic plan also. So I think it's a group effort. I think we're just a part of that big team, and we cross that bridge when we come to it.
I think Mark's right. You got to probably form a committee to,
right,
a permanent committee probably.
I would think so. And just from a global perspective, I believe that this board has proven itself to be capable of shouldering big ideas. And so I certainly want to encourage leadership, staff, to continue to present these things, because the people who sit to my right and to my left are capable of handling it and of moving it forward. And there's no time like the present, but these guys and gals can handle the big ideas.
Anything further? Mr. Chairman, today I have to admit that we've sort of proceeded like the Academic Affairs Committee in our timeline there, but this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Womble, thank you. Next, the Finance and Investments Committee will meet. Regent Campbell serves as the chair of that committee, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair. Regent Campbell, please continue with the Finance and Investments Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Item 1 is being pulled from consideration, so Mr. Malden, please continue with item number 2.
Thank you. Good morning. I never know what I'm going to follow, since I always follow the Facilities Committee, but I love following master planning. It forces us to take a step back and look at things holistically and long-term, and I think those are excellent ways to approach so many of the things we do. Item number 2 is we're recommending approval of Regent Rules Chapter 9 and the comprehensive cash and investments pool investment policy statement. As you may recall, we have two primary portfolios that we manage throughout the system. One is the LTIF, which is where the endowments, the quasi-endowments, and certain strategic long-term investments reside. The other is the CSIP, what we call the Comprehensive Cash Investments Pool. That is where our operating funds and our long-term operating reserves reside. This policy is for the CSIP. As a reminder, we do plan on coming back at the March meeting with a revised LTIF investment policy. So what you have hopefully seen and reviewed in great detail is a marked up red line version of the investment policy. This is the result of numerous conversations between the Pool Advisory Committee, which is made up of myself, Tim Bruce from NEPC, the component CFOs, Tim Barrett has joined that, and discussing, again, taking a step back. How should we be looking at this? Is this being handled the right way? And we did a TIM survey through NEPC where we did a risk appetite type of survey to look at the asset allocation. We reviewed those results. We came back with this. The highlights of the changes, just so you know, first and foremost, it updated the naming convention. It went from CCP to CCIP or CSIP. We clarified some roles and responsibilities. Again, at the August meeting, you were informed that we transitioned the biggest portion of the CSIP, the non-current segment, to Tim Barrett's team in Austin to be managed alongside the LTIF, not as part of the LTIF. And so we had to clarify some things in the policy related to that. We also looked at the segments. Remember, there's a cash segment, there's a contingency segment, which is like your savings account, and then there's a non-current segment, which is more long-term strategic investments. So we took a look at those, and we did the cash flow analysis. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next presentation. But we looked at that, and we left the targets where they are, but we made sure that there were ranges to provide flexibility. What I mean by that is we originally had a target of 10% of the CSIP should be in cash. As you know, we've been talking ever since I got here about we have too much cash. We left it at 10%, but we made sure the range would allow us to go down to 5% and potentially up to 15%. What that gives us the ability to do is, first of all, to drastically bring it down below that 10%. We typically, on average, are around 8%, even a little bit lower. We certainly plan to continue to fine-tune that and squeeze it down. But there are times when we need 10% of the pool to be in cash just to fund most of our payroll is once a month. That's a huge cash flow, one time a month. And unfortunately, it's right at the beginning of the month. So the end-of-month balances are typically larger than what we have throughout the rest of the month. We looked at the contingency segment as well, and again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in the presentation, but we clarified those targets and gave ranges to give us flexibility so that we can manage it and try to optimize it as best as we can. One of the biggest changes we did is, and if you're looking at the item in the book, it's number 4. We updated the asset allocation for the non-current segment, that is your long-term strategic reserves. We updated that from a 60-40 approach to a 70-30 approach. The concept there is that you're taking on more equity exposure, which means more risk, but also more expected long-term returns. That is a more aggressive stance than we currently have in the LTIF policy, which might seem counterintuitive, and we did have those conversations. In fact, we've had these conversations back and forth, especially with Tim Bruce with NEPC for quite a while of do we look at the asset allocation for the CSIP as a whole, or do we look at asset allocation within the non-current segment specifically? And the reason I delineate the two is that the LTIF is one big portfolio. It's 1.7 billion. There are no subsections within that. It is one portfolio. It has to spin off a lot of cash to fund the scholarships, the endowed chairs, things of that nature. So it might need to be a less aggressive stance. Within the CSIP, we have the cash segment, which is typically between $100 and $200 million across the entire system. So we have that liquidity cushion. We have the contingency segment, which is our savings. Right now, that's at roughly $600 million. So we have plenty of safety and liquidity. So we felt comfortable shifting the non-current segment to a little bit more aggressive stance with that 70-30 approach. We also updated the benchmarks to better reflect where we're actually investing the money, and then did a lot of cleanup as far as edits, title changes, grammatical corrections. So I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions. And again, I'll go into a little bit more detail on some of that with my presentation.
I think all of this makes a lot of sense. We've looked at it. Pat and I spent quite a bit of time on it as well, but is there any questions? Or?
Well,
Yeah,
Chairman Campbell, I mean, this has been a conversation that's been going on, if y'all remember, since John Walker for the longest time. So I think, to your point, this makes all the sense in the world to move this direction.
Yeah, I think these changes are much needed, and I think will improve the Regent rules.
Thank you. Thank
Great.
you.
So I will move to approve this item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, Mr. Barrett, please present item 3.
Okay. So I added a few slides to the beginning of this presentation that you're not used to seeing. I wanted to give you basically kind of a review of what we've been doing with the CSIP that arrived at that policy that thankfully you just approved. I appreciate that. You may recall, or at least 2/3 of you may recall, that in February of '23, we talked about how we had too much cash. And my response to you and my commitment to you was that we were going to do a cash flow analysis, we were going to look at the actual numbers, and we would come back and tweak things along the results of that. We surveyed the PAC members, talked about their current operations. We agreed on a consistent methodology as far as how to measure your cash flow, because there are multiple ways that you could look at it. We found one that everyone was comfortable with and felt like it would be productive. And I'm not going to hit all of these, but we got the results back. We gave that to NEPC. NEPC did a great job of analyzing that, coming back to us with the results and recommendations on how we might approach this. Higher ed cash flows are very cyclical. You know, for your general academics, you get a ton of cash. I don't say a ton of cash. You get a lot of cash coming in twice a year at the beginning of the semester, that tuition. But you definitely have your low spots, your winter breaks, your summers. There's not a lot of cash coming in. So it's very interesting to look at higher ed cash flows. One other thing we did in December of 2023, the right of the top line, we switched the bank account structures, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but almost all of our bank accounts were on what's called ECR, earnings credit rate. And basically the way that works, and I'm going to nerd it up for a second, but just bear with me. The bank will tell you, hey, we'll give you a rate of, you can call it interest, but it's really, they call it earnings credit. And they say, we'll give you that, and you can use that to offset against your banking fees. The catch there is that if you earn more earnings credits than you have fees to offset it, then you just lose it. It's a use it or lose it type policy. And that was great 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when earnings rates were so low that you would never totally offset your fees. As rates went up, we started identifying, oh my gosh, we're leaving a lot of money on the table. We could be earning that as interest. So we switched that to what we call a hybrid approach. They give us earnings credits up to the amount of the fees, and then they give us actual interest in dollars for anything above that. So we're leaving a lot less money on the table, and I've got a chart to show you a little bit about that. In 2024, we started focusing on the results of the cash flow analysis. We started looking at the CSIP. There were some accounts that were being managed outside of the CSIP, tracked as outside of the CSIP, reported as outside of the CSIP. And we had to come to an agreement that everything that's not in the LTIF is part of the CSIP. It's because that, by definition, the CSIP is your operating cash. So to have cash bank accounts outside of that didn't make any sense, and it was causing some inefficiencies, I would say, administratively. Long story short, we reviewed the NCS, the non-current segment asset allocation with the PAC, had a back and forth. This was not a unanimous rubber stamp type conversation, and I appreciate that. The CFOs, they spoke their voice, they had differing opinions, and we had to talk that through. They brought in some of their staff that are more knowledgeable about investments and such. So we had a very healthy system-wide conversation, which was very good to watch and to see the results of. That resulted in the policy. We reviewed it. We got it to the board for approval. That's what we've been doing. Some of the things, some of the big areas of concerns that I heard when I first got here, the CFOs were telling me, hey, there is a PAC, a pool advisory committee in the policy. We haven't been meeting in a long time. We haven't had any say in what's going on with the CSIP. We're not happy about this. So we did reinstate the PAC. We meet at least quarterly as we're looking at investment policies and asset allocations. It's more than quarterly, I assure you. And as I said, we've had very healthy system-wide discussions. Management of the NCS, there's been concerns expressed about that and how it's evolved historically. And so we had, the PAC had a system-wide conversation about that, agreed to transition that to Tim Barrett's team as a separate portfolio from the LTIF. And with this policy, it'll take on a little bit more aggressive asset allocation. And then, as we've already talked about, too much cash. So we continue to monitor that, make sure that we're not losing any interest earnings, and working with NEPC to guide that. This, I want to credit the Treasury Department for coming up with this. I think it's a great way to look at how good of a job we're doing with our cash segment. So we not only looked at the big picture and said, hey, we've got too much in cash, let's bring that down, and we have brought that down. But we wanted to optimize the interest earnings for the cash that we do still keep in the cash segment. So this is percentages based on what we call maximum interest earned. So basically, at the end of each month, Treasury goes back to the prior month and says which of our accounts, whether that's JP Morgan, Texas Class, whatever, the money market funds, what had the highest interest rate of any of them? And let's pretend like we had 100% of our money in that account. So, and that defines what we call the maximum interest possibility, right? And then we say, how did we do compared to that? And so I can tell you, and we'll continue to provide this periodically, not every quarter probably, but we'll never hit 100%. It's just not realistic because we do have to have money in our bank accounts, which are usually the lowest interest rate. We do have to have money in different types of the local government investment pool accounts. So we'll never hit 100%. But what you can see here is a very healthy trend of over the last 3 fiscal years where we were hitting on a regular basis below 60% of what we could have been earning. And as we've been, as Treasury, I don't want to say we, as Treasury team has been fine-tuning this, clamping down on, hey, we need to manage this better. We need to change the bank account structures. We need to make all these improvements. You can see fiscal 24, it's regularly 70 to almost 90%, which I think is tremendous. And actually, I'd like to just ask Leanne and Cole to stand up. They weren't expecting that. We do have a strict requirement that you be a redhead to work in Treasury. And their third member is upstairs. He's also a redhead, so we do make sure but they've done a great job on the cash management side, and I just wanted to acknowledge them. You can see here at the bottom, total interest earned in fiscal '24, year over year, went up 64% in the cash segment of the CSIP. Rates also went up. Rates on average went up 21%. So you know the simple math. It's how much do you have in the bank times what the rate is, and that's your earnings. Rates went up 21%. Our balances dropped. Typically, in '23, we were carrying 10.8% of the CSIP in cash. '24, it's down to 8.5% on average. So the balances went down, the rates went up 21%, interest went up 64%. The difference there is the bank account structures and the fine tuning that they've done. So I'm greatly appreciative of that, and I wanted to point that out to you. We're not only trying to get less cash, but we're trying to do a better job of managing it. So what are we doing next steps as far as the CSIP goes? We'll continue to monitor liquidity. That is always the biggest concern for the component CFOs. Is they want to make sure they're not running out of cash. They need to make sure those AP and payroll checks clear the bank. And so that's a big focus of ours. We want to review the contingency segment as well. So earlier I told you that we took a more aggressive stance in the non-current segment. And we authorized some illiquid investments, which is always scary when you're trying to make sure you don't run out of liquidity. The contingency segment, as I mentioned to you, is roughly $600 million. It's all in fixed income bonds that are very liquid. They're treasuries, they're municipality bonds, and they're government agency bonds. Very liquid, $600 million. My personal opinion is that's significantly higher than what we really need in that savings cushion. But because we took that more aggressive stance on the non-current segment, the agreement was, let's leave contingency segment as it is, and let's see how this plays out. So we're going to continue to monitor and look at that contingency segment. Maybe in a year or two, we might come back with hey, we don't need this much in contingency, and we'll drop that, or at least propose dropping that. And then centralizing cash management, as I mentioned, there are some bank accounts and investment accounts that are not managed by the Treasury staff, and it makes it difficult to manage to a system-wide cash level when you're not fully managing all of those accounts. So we've talked to the components about that. Any questions on that before we move to the traditional investment report slides? Nope. Okay. Before I bring Tim Barrett up here, I just want to share with you a quick story about a trip I took recently. I got this email from a markets group, and they put on investment conferences across the world. They've been doing it, I don't know, between 10 and 20 years. And they hold them for specific assets, private equity, for hedge funds, but they also do more broad sets. And I got an email from them saying, hey, we're going to recognize Tim Barrett. We're going to induct him into our Hall of Fame. He's listed you as a possible attendee. Can you come down here? I said, sure, I'll come down. I want to be there for Tim. In my mind, I'm going, what is this? Come on. And so I tried to look it up, couldn't find much about their Hall of Fame, so I went down there anyway. I wanted to be there for Tim. We went to dinner the night before. He had former employees from California flying in for this thing. We went to the event the day of, and I was hanging out in the hallways because I didn't register for the full conference, so I was just kind of waiting until they got to the segment. They did a fireside chat with him, which was actually really cool. But I was meeting people. Yeah, I just flew down from New York. I've been working with Tim for 20 plus years. He's so good. I couldn't miss this recognition of him. And I was like, okay, this is kind of a real thing. And it was really good. The fireside chat, they had, I think, 4 speakers come up and just talk about the impact Tim's had on them, Tim's had on the industry. And there was just a room full of institutional investors, people that are managing lots of money for institutions. And they were all there to recognize and applaud his career. So hopefully he's not going to use that as a platform to retire, but I did want to just acknowledge that. Tim's done a great job. His team has a fantastic culture. They don't, again, I used the term earlier, we don't rubber stamp things. They definitely don't. I sit in on their pipeline meetings. It's usually every 4 to 6 weeks where they talk about potential investments that they're looking at getting into. And they beat each other up pretty good in a healthy way. And I'm so appreciative that he sets the tone that they are supposed to be poking holes in these ideas and not just going, well, I have to work with this guy, so I'm going to approve whatever he wants. And Tim's done a great job with our portfolio. The time since I've been here, I've been watching the numbers, and it's been really good. I can't take any credit for that, but I do take credit for introducing this guy, Tim Barrett.
Good afternoon, Chairman Griffin and Board. Standard report, and I'll just say this about James, that was really nice. They give this to you when you get my age. That's what happens. They give you nice trophies too. So the investment programs, James touched on this, there's really 3 of them, right? The endowment, CCIP, which has 3 subcomponents, cash, contingency was like savings, and then the NCS, which we're now taking over to run. The MDIF, we don't talk about a lot, but that's the mission-driven investing program that was started a while back. That continues to be run as well. So the asset class performance and weights, we're a global 60-40 plus 100, so we have about 61% currently, and this is as of August 31st, in equities, and you can think of that as public equity, private equities, real estate, et cetera. 40% in stable value, which is made up mostly of public debt, private debt strategies, as well as some hedge funds. If you look at the performance, the tough market over the last few years has been equities, and I don't mean public equities. They've gone through the roof. I mean, they've done fantastic. You can see the one-year number at the bottom left at 23.4%. That's the ACWI. That's a heck of a run because that's global stocks with emerging markets and developed markets globally. We've kept up or underperformed that at 15.8, and later we're going to talk a little bit about that, but most of that's a drag from the private side. If you look at stable value on the right-hand side, what you're used to seeing is us destroying the benchmark over all periods. Recently, on the 1 year, you can see that it's gotten a lot tighter. That's just the move in interest rates. So when treasuries move, you can see big moves in the bar cap or the benchmark. So if you look at the longer term periods like 10, 7, and 5, we're outperforming over all of those periods on the total LTIF. The 1 year, we're slightly behind at 500, and year to date, we're much closer. This is really where you see the differentiation of what happened in growth, why are we behind over that period. And you can see public equity in the center at the 1 year column, if you look at that, and look where it says public equity in bold, and you go across, it's 28.32% return. Portable Alpha's up 29, active equity managers are up 26, passive's up 21. So a total of 28% up, that destroys the benchmark at 23.44, and it's done a great job. Where we haven't been rewarded is in private equity and real assets over this time period. That's a negative 1.39 and 343, and that's really what's hit the growth portfolio. The good news is we're starting to see tons of movement in the private assets. We're getting capital calls from managers. They're putting stuff to work. We're starting to see some DPI or exits, if you will, some things being sold. So we're super hopeful that kind of this new mentality, because we got animal spirits kind of going after Trump got elected, that's going to regenerate and move through the private markets, and we're going to see some gains there. Stable value, as you can see on the 1 year column, is up about 7 versus 6.9. Over other periods, we're way ahead, 4.64 versus -4 over the 3 year, et cetera, and it's done quite well. Hedge funds, I would say, over the last few quarters have really accelerated. So if you fast forward to October, our equity portfolio looks even better than it does now. In fact, portable alpha is edging in on 40% at this stage. So how have we done over the long haul? Right at this perfect snapshot, you can see that we're slightly behind the composite at 739 versus 751. We're ahead of the global 60/40 and slightly behind CPI plus 5. So we're hoping to get above that gray line over the next year. This is a chart I love, and I talk to you guys a lot about this, and I think this shows what I call the symbiotic relationship between us and institutional advancement. If you look at the far right, to me, that tells the best story. So $1.37 billion was contributed to LTIF. That's a lot of money. Right now, the investments generate $1.41 billion, and we've paid out almost $1 billion. And I'm kind of excited because I want to see that black line go over $1 billion, because that's a nice statement piece. But right now, we're at 0.95. This chart's updated every fiscal year, so it's only updated once a year. But it's a testament to how the whole program works and how important those distributions are for our mission. So now we're going to switch gears, unless there's questions on LTIF, and I'm happy to answer any. We're going to switch gears a little bit to the CCIP. The total cash and cash pool is up 3.29% over the 3-year period. It's done phenomenal over the one-year period at above 10, and that's substantially above the policy composite at 8, so it's outperformed. The good news about the non-current segment being up 13, it was dramatically overweight equities over the last year, and that's added a substantial amount of value, so that's up 13% over the one-year period. And 6.41% in cash and contingency, which is amazing. I mean, that's a great return for short-term investments, and kudos to Leanne and her team. This just goes into more of the detail on the non-current segment. You can see public equity, and this is what I was talking about on the outperformance side. The target back then, before you changed the policy today, was 25%. We had a weight of almost 40, and that outperformance went to the portfolio, which is why it's done so well at that 13% number overall. Public debt, again, is done well at almost 6, and diversifying assets is above 6. So overall, the portfolio is holding up quite well. We are in process right now, working with the team to kind of redevelop this portfolio based on the new policy. So you'll see a lot of changes happening between now and I'd say the end of March. The bank accounts, this is stuff James talked about. They've done a fantastic job on the rates and the monthly rates, capturing that, and you can see that over time the bank accounts is running around 4%. Short term is a little higher at 5%, and Texas class is around the same amount as Logic ST. This is the agency, municipal, and treasury portfolio. You can see the average duration on the right-hand side. So it's short duration, like 2.6 years, 2.3 years, and 1.9 for an average of 2.5. And the yield maturity is over 5%. And keep in mind, we buy and hold these. This is not a trading account like a hedge fund or something. They're buying these for investment to capture the return and holding them. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you guys about, and we usually don't talk too much about this, was staffing, right? So recently, we lost our senior investment officer over private equity real assets, and he went to another firm in town. So we did a search, and we hired this gentleman, Christopher White. He started June 1st of this year. He oversees private equity and real assets. He's a U.S. military academy guy, and he did go to the wrong school, UT, but we forgave him for that. And he was in the Army. He's been a fantastic addition to the team, and he's working through and re-underwriting the entire privates portfolio and setting a game plan for us to go forward in that book. The last thing I wanted to touch on is something near and dear to my heart that after COVID, we started back up, and it's the internship program. So last summer, every summer, we usually have anywhere from 3 to 4 interns. Last summer, we had 3, and you can see them listed up on the board. Haley came to us from Texas Tech University. She was in finance, and she graduated. Jessica, who's behind me, is still here, and this was her second internship with us. She'd done 2 years in a row. And then we had James Malloy from Angelo State University. He was our first ASU investment intern. These kids go through the gauntlet. We send them to Boston to go to NEPC to get trained in Boston. We have managers come in and talk to them. We make them do and underwrite strategies and do presentations to us so that they have a real world feel for what it means to sit in these roles and allocate capital. It's been a delightful process, and just to give you some context on what they do, I'm going to have Jessica come up and just tell you a little bit about her experience.
Hello. So some of the projects that we worked on this previous summer, oh wow, that's loud, was constructing a hedge fund portfolio of 10 funds. And then another thing we get to do while we're interning is we have access to everything they use, like Preqin, eVestment, Kaisa. And for the hedge fund portfolio, we used eVestment, so that was a really cool process. And we also underwrote private equity firms. I did quantum energy, and I know like we got to pick whatever industry and sector we wanted to do, so that was really cool. In my previous summer, I worked a lot with automating processes and using Power BI and or learning Power BI and Power Query to make dynamic dashboards. And I have like a coding background, so I was also able to utilize those skills to learn more and apply it to actual, things in an office. And another cool thing is, like Tim already touched on, was any manager meetings with potential managers or ones that we're already working with, we get to sit in on any meeting. 99% of the time, any meetings that are going on in the office, we can sit in and learn and hear. So I thought that was really cool as well. Yes, thank you.
Just a quick story on Jessica. I was taking this class trying to learn Power BI myself. You guys should all laugh right now because apparently I'm not very good at it. I had asked Jessica to take all this data and run a Power BI book for me so you could disaggregate the data and look at it different ways. I'd worked on it for about 2 weeks and it was a disaster. It was not good. So I gave it to her, asked her if she knew Power BI. She says, not really. And I gave it to her on a Friday. She came back Monday. She finished it all weekend. She learned how to do Power BI, figured out how to manipulate the data and get the project done over the weekend. And that's the kind of staff and that's the kind of people we're pulling out of TTU. I mean, that's incredible. Like a lot of people don't have that kind of drive, right? She does. And I would say across interns, we've seen a lot of that type of behavior, and it's beautiful. So one of the things I also want to brag on, and this is awesome because I got to thank James for this, because James approved, we had this beautiful intern program, which is working great. And I went back to him, I'm like, we don't have enough time with them. Like summer is over like that. Like you can teach them quite a bit, but it's a short period. So I'm like, what if we created a new category of job and called it investment associate? And James like, I like that idea. Of course, he approved it. So an investment associate is somebody that was an intern, that graduated, now we're gonna give them a full-time job. It's a real job. It's a 3-year job. Each year I gotta recommit to the next year, but it's a maximum of 3 years, and then they get turned out into the real world. Well, last year's class had a guy named Zach Schaefer in it. Zach's sitting behind me, I'm gonna have him talk, but he's our first investment associate. So he was an intern, he graduated from tech, and now he's our first associate. Now, unfortunately for Zach, I put him under Clint, my hedge fund guy, so he is getting a whirlwind tour of what it means to get into data and analytics. But I'll let him talk a little bit about his experience.
Sweet. So, like you said, I interned in 2023, got my master's here in 2024 in finance, came full-time. In July, subsequently, he got the CIO Hall of Fame in August, and they talked about how good he is at hiring. But I'm starting under Clint. It's a 3-year rotational program. I'm doing hedge funds, public equities now. I'll go to private equity and credit the next 2 and 3 years. Really drinking from a fire hose. This industry is a lot bigger than I thought it was. In school, I'm not really exposed to a lot of the, the nuance of the industry, whether it's trading options or how hedge funds really work in a multi-strat construct, or even how private equities deals are really structured. It's been very eye-opening for me, both in the intern program and the associate program, and I just can't wait to learn more. I'm still very fresh, so I'm just trying to get my feet wet and figure out what's going on. Anything else?
Thanks, Zach. Zach's been phenomenal on the team, to say the least. I think Clint takes a little pleasure in grinding him out a little bit because he sent him the Black-Scholes, his notes on the Black-Scholes model on a Friday night and said, hey, review this and talk to me Monday about it. If anybody's ever looked at option pricing models, like nothing puts you to sleep any faster. So like that's kind of tough for a kid on the weekend, but he did it. So kudos to him. That concludes all my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions about the intern program, associate program, or the performance of the portfolio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malden and Mr. Barrett, for your report. Mr. Malden, please present item 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My last report is the annual.
Can you move forward to the east of
Yes.
me? My colleagues are having trouble hearing.
How's that?
I don't know if that exists for that side of the room, but it certainly does here.
Okay.
Thank
Is that better?
Much.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is the annual report that we give, just a refresher to the board on where we are with the endowments, how the whole process works, make sure that that stays front of mind for you, and of course, give you a chance to ask any questions. As you likely know, the endowments, those are gifts that are given. The donor can specify whether they're for current use or for endowed. If they say endowed, then they go into an endowment, which goes into the LTIF. That is invested for long-term growth. The idea there is perpetuity, and that it provides earnings each year. We spin off 4.5% to fund whatever the intent of the donor was. Benefits are that it supports both current and future generations, consistent source of revenue for the schools. They can rely on that and plan on that. We do the 4.5% over a 3-year average of the balance to minimize fluctuations, to help the schools know and predict what they're going to be getting. And then because it's locked up in perpetuity, we can focus on the long-term investments, and we're not focused so much on 1 or 2 or 3 year returns, although we do pay attention to them, as you know. You've seen this before, I think, but at the top, we just state, to be very clear, Board of Regents has fiduciary responsibilities over all funds managed by the system, including the endowment funds. The 3 circles here talk about the primary groups that manage this. You have Patrick's team with the IA. They manage the receiving of the donations. They manage the endowment pledge reminders, collections if it's a pledge, the reports at the end of the year. They do a fantastic job of staying on top of that. The bottom 2 groups are my teams, and on the left is primarily accounting for all of this, providing the quarterly distributions, managing the exception processes, which are more than we'd like, but we're working on that. And on the right side of the bottom, you see the investment office, which is Tim's team in Austin. He also has Jessica here in Lubbock and Chris Gailey as well. I'm actually going to skip this slide. I meant to pull it because it's really repeated here. So this shows you a long-term trend of how the endowment's grown, and as you can see, it's done extremely well over the long term. The far right stands out like a sore thumb in a good way, and so let's talk about that a little bit. Before we factored in the TUF is embedded in this. Before we factored in the TUF, we were excited because we finally crossed the $2 billion mark for total endowments. And then we went, oh, wait, We don't manage it, but the TUF is an endowment that we do report to NACUBO and to other things as far as the size of our endowments. The law that created the TUF and authorized it did say that we could do that. So with the TUF in there, we are now over $3 billion for total endowments. And of course, you can see right along with it is the line, which is the endowment distribution. So, and that's on the right axis. So 120 million of distributions for the year, which is just phenomenal. Again, that's primarily going to scholarships, chairs, and the sort, and we actually have a chart for that.
James, excuse me for interrupting.
Yes, sir.
The TUF was you included $1 billion, our share of the TUF in the number?
Yes, sir. I believe 1.1 billion.
1.1.
Yes.
So last fiscal year, the LTIF was, as I recall, about 1.7, 1.75, somewhere in that range. Let's just say 1.7. The TUF, you added another little over, $1.1 billion, so that would be 2.8, but you're over $3 billion. So there were $200 million, $200 to $250 million of additional growth.
There were. Let me actually, I went back and looked at this specifically. So the LTIF as of August 31st of 23 was 1.6, right around there. We're now at 1.74. So we've had that growth. And again, as Tim's slide pointed out, that's due to donations and investment performance. We also included, this slide I skipped, if you look down at the footnote, this also includes 79 million of MSU and MSU Foundation endowments that had not been rolled into our books previously. So there are a number of things that achieved this extraordinary growth from 23 to 24.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Then we slice and dice the endowments a few different ways. You can see here, this is by component, and with the TUF in there now, TTU represents almost 3/4 of the endowment balance. If you take the TUF out, the way we used to present it, they were roughly half. So that TUF is a significant portion of this. But the percentages year over year, I think, stay pretty consistent. Where all is that money? Well, with the TUF now, that's funds held in trust since the state manages that. So funds held in trust is the top with 43% of that $3 billion is funds held in trust. Again, 1.1 billion of that being the TUF itself. Everything else, so this ignores who is the beneficiary, which component, but it's more of who owns that endowment. TTFI, the Texas Tech Foundation, is the second highest there, and then you can see it goes on down entity by entity. And again, as I've mentioned, what are we funding with these endowments? And again, research was not this big until we factored in TUF. Scholarships was, I think, the biggest category prior to adding that in. I think in future years, we'll probably show it with TUF and without. I think that provides you a little bit different angle to look at it. But you can see here almost getting close to half of our endowments are now research related, another third for scholarships and fellowships benefiting those students, and then faculties, chairs, and salaries. Any questions on total endowments?
Thank you, Mr. Malden, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. Our last committee meeting of the day will be the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACES committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8th, 2024. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we're going to do things just a little out of order to be respectful of one of our distinguished guests' time. So we are going to move to agenda item number 6.
Thank you, everyone. We are very excited today. Just close to a year ago, Dr. Mitchell asked if a group of us would get together and discover and talk about the idea of getting the Cooper Clinic, or I'm sorry, the Cooper Institute relationship built and discussions about the possible merger acquisition of that institute into the Health Science Center. So on August 8th of 2024, the Board of Regents approved in an executive session the naming of the Kenneth H. Cooper Institute, and the name and the announcement would be done at a different time. On October 1st, we signed the agreements with the Health Science Center and the Texas Tech Foundation to make this happen. And then on the 4th of November, it was unveiled at the Health Science Center Denver campus that we would indeed have the Kenneth H. Cooper Institute at our Health Science Center. Dr. Mitchell has a couple slides here that he wants to talk about, and then we have Dr. Spearman as well as Dr. D'Agostino.
Thank you, Patrick. Chairman, board members, this is a really great time for the Health Sciences Center. It's a really great time, I think, for the Cooper Institute because of what it is that we're doing to marry these two together. Ken Cooper, well, I'll tell you very quickly, when I was at UTMB as a resident, my plans originally had been to do pulmonary critical care because I had this interest in exercise science. And one of the faculty members there did a lot of VO2 max testing and the like. Anyway, I was at a dinner, Jen and I were at a dinner with one of our faculty members, and he said, "Why are you doing pulmonary critical care?" I said, "Well, I really like exercise science." And he looked at me and goes, "If you like exercise science, there was this nut that I was in the Air Force with, a guy named Kenneth Cooper, and you have got to go up there and spend some time up there." So Dr. Cooper allowed me to come up and do a rotation, and this was in January of 1990, just a few months after a publication had been made in November of 1989. So Dr. Cooper set up the Cooper Institute 6 months before he saw his first patient at the Cooper Clinic. They kept all the data on the patients at the time just in a shoebox. What started out in that shoebox is now the world's largest repository of data that exists on health and fitness, the world's largest database. And before then, when people would say you need to exercise and you need to do it for your health, and people in the scientific world would say, "Well, what do you have to prove that?" There was nothing. There was no data to prove this. We now look at this reflexively. When you go to see your doctor and you get exercise prescriptions written, we just assume that everybody knows about that. Well, in the 1960s, people didn't know about that. Dr. Cooper had done work with NASA. He had done work with the military on doing things to improve fitness, and he always had an interest in seeing what is the medicinal use of exercise. So roll forward then to 1989 when the publication came out, the first that had tons of publications prior to that time, but that publication changed the way people in medicine looked at exercise. For a publication to be considered impactful, it has to be cited by at least 10 other research groups that are looking at its data. For it to be considered of high impact, it has to have at least 100 citations by other groups looking at that data. To date, the November 1989 study, which came out in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, has been cited 6,234 times. This is the data that everybody, it doesn't matter if it's the American College of Sports Medicine, the American College of Cardiology, the American College of Physicians, this is the data they use. For us at the Health Sciences Center to have access to this data, we have the opportunity to have our faculty, our staff, and our students participating in research that is almost endless in what you can do with it. For the Cooper Institute to be able to partner with us, the benefit for them is they're going to be part of the largest health sciences center in the state of Texas with varied health professionals that can look into this data. So this is one of those things that is a match made in heaven. And I am tickled. You can see up here Dr. Cooper from his days in the military to the time in 1968 when that book Aerobics came out. And when the book came out, his publisher was saying, "Hey, you need to use this word that you've written in here to title the book." And Dr. Cooper said, "Well, people don't even know what it is because I made it up." The publisher won out. Obviously, the book was titled Aerobics, and the rest was history after that. On the right there, you can see Dr. Cooper with a couple of his patients. That's Roger Staubach and Bill Russell. So the folks that he has seen business tycoons, he has seen congressmen, senators, presidents. The clinic has really been a fabled part of the exercise movement. He's credited as the father of the modern fitness movements. So, I don't know who's supposed to speak next. Okay, well, go back. That's just a great shot.
That's why we included it.
Okay, all right. Now you can go to the next one, Dr. Rice-Bierman.
Yes. Thank you, Chancellor Mitchell. We believe our HSC is the perfect partner to continue the Kenneth H. Cooper legacy, a history of excellence, service, and dedication to research, science, innovation, and collaboration. The Kenneth H. Cooper Institute at our HSC is a testament to our continued commitment to health, longevity, and well-being. We are here to carry forward this vision, and in doing so, we proudly preserve the legacy of Dr. Cooper and will expand it so that prevention becomes a part of access to care in every community we serve. We are determined to put the health back into healthcare. We are thrilled to have 13 new team members joining our HSC as a part of the Institute. Dr. Laura Dafina will continue to provide visionary leadership as the Institute's executive director, and she brings a wealth of experience and expertise. Under her leadership, the Institute has been at the forefront of public health. Laura and 12 Institute members began at our HSC in Dallas on October the 1st. Several of these team members will also have faculty appointments in our Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health. The Kenneth H. Cooper Institute at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center will undoubtedly enhance our efforts to expand access to health care and make a lasting positive impact in our communities we serve. As Patrick mentioned, this endeavor began a year ago. And we have a team called the Cooper Institute Transition Team that has been meeting weekly for this year, in addition to multiple phone calls in between. This team was co-chaired by Dr. Dafina, Ashley Ham, Chief of Staff, and Provost Dr. D'Agostino, and then several members from their team as well. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous work from the system through Patrick Kramer and our General Counsel. And before I close, I also want to acknowledge the incredible advocacy of our Chancellor, Dr. Ted Mitchell, in ensuring that this data and this legacy came to our Health Sciences Center. And with that, I would like to turn it over to our Provost, Dr. D'Agostino, to talk a little bit more about the integration of this faculty into our academic programming and our clinical service.
Thank you, Dr. Rice-Bierman. So I'd like to start with a very important number. 446,136,000. I'd like to say that's what I won in the lottery, but that's not what it was. 446,136,000. This is an important number because it's the number of data points that the Kenneth H. Cooper Institute is bringing to us. They're bringing those data points were generated from 124,356 patients, over 356,000 visits to the Cooper Clinic. That data was captured, but here's the amazing part. There were over 6,000 variables that are being analyzed. So this is actually the mother lode of data for those of us that see beauty in numbers. We are very excited. There's another piece of this, though, to talk about the magnitude of this. There are over 25,000 whole blood samples, 10,000 DNA samples, and on top of that, 11,000 plasma samples. And when we combine all of this, this gives us an incredible tool to talk about the human condition. So through the brilliance and insight of Dr. Cooper, we have historical data associated with these patients, clinical data, exercise data, lab data, now adding DNA data to this, which creates incredible opportunities for us to help people, especially the people of West Texas and beyond, through research, prevention, public health policy, and therapeutics. So starting from an introduction, a meeting that just happened between Dr. Dafina and Dr. Carino, our dean of the School of the Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health, emerged this committee that you just heard met weekly, actually more than weekly. We got together quite often. But it was amazing because we created something new and wonderful, which is a relationship that's based on shared values and commitments to make people healthy and to ensure the legacy of Dr. Kenneth H. Cooper. What I'm particularly excited about is how this database and the new faculty in the Cooper Institute are going to help us expand the opportunities of research at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center across all of the universities of the system, our colleges within our school, within our university, and all the disciplines. Our initial plan is to actually introduce or create a university-led mentoring program that's going to identify individual faculty from all of our schools to then work with students within those schools and essentially create force multiplication. Allow people to analyze and look at, take their great ideas and use this data to help our students express research, move forward, and publish. I just want to have everybody imagine having a school and a university like ours attached to this database and what it's going to do for the healthcare, the science of exercise, the fitness and longevity, and the healthcare of the people around us. So as we embark, you're going to hear in a few minutes about our quest for National Cancer Institute status. The CCLS is going to help us identify different needs for the patients, help us work on lifestyle and exercise therapeutics, and in fact probably influence us for potential treatments as it relates to cancer. We've already talked about linking this to our Garrison Institute and using this database to look at longevity and the development of aging-related diseases. And I am personally excited about how we might be able to use and capitalize on the CCLS as it relates to One Health. So we've talked about all of these interventions, but now we have this massive database that can help us drive some of the thoughts that we have. Overall, we've created this environment to allow the Cooper Clinic to continue to push data into this database, but at the same time, over the next year, Dr. DeFina and I are going to be working on how we can get the data from our clinical enterprise at the Health Sciences Center into and matched up to the data so that hopefully we take that 746 million data point number and bring that over 1 billion in a very short period of time so that we can actually look at the integration of multiple groups of people. Overall, our only limitation with this database is our imagination, but what's amazing is the people that are coming with this are excellent at imagineering and creating unbelievable research, some of which I was telling Dr. Cooper earlier. Some of the articles that are on the wall, and we invite you to come and visit us on the Dallas campus, those articles that are posted on the wall behind glass, I remember using to teach residents when I was teaching at another university. So thank you very much. Congratulations to our teams, and I'm very, very proud to be reporting this to our Board of Regents. Thank you.
Couple more slide statistics here. Again, the generosity of the Cooper Institute and all that has transpired over the last year. Really, when you look at the numbers, we are taking on for Tim Barrett to manage, as he talked earlier, the symbiotic relationship that we have on the fundraising side as well as the investment side. We're looking at upwards to $24.8 million that will be coming in to facilitate the management of the database, the faculty, staff, and we do have existing grants that are coming in as well. So that's part of that amount. We've already received our first lump sum of money to go into the LTIP to support these programs. And as Dr. D'Agostino talked about, it takes a lot of freezer space, scientific freezers, to house all of those specimens. So great generosity from them, from the board. Ted was the chairman of that board. We hope that that board reconstitutes itself to be an advisory board again for this group. Ted, I think you'll do the last remarks here.
So I won't spend a lot of time doing this because he doesn't need an introduction, but I would love for you guys to be able to hear from the fellow that got this whole thing started, Dr. Ken Cooper.
Thank you for inviting me down here today. I've enjoyed this meeting, and I'm happy to say this relationship is something I have. I think it came from heaven, literally. People asked me 54 years ago, how can you limit your practice of medicine taking care of healthy people, make ends meet? I was taught in medical school, graduated in 1956, that preventive medicine is the Cinderella of the medical specialty because there's no profit in health. The profit's only disease. Told 54 years ago, medical pediatrician in Dallas, you can't limit your practice of medicine taking care only of healthy people. But we found out over the years that you can be successful as follows. Number one, if you can get the people interested in coming in something like this and have some divine interventions along the way and have a fantastic staff, number two, and proving number three, that we have shown that it's easier to prevent disease than to find a cure. And number four, people realize have a need, and you provide a service, get the results they want, you can be successful. Ground zero, after 13 years in the military and 10 and a half in the Air Force, I left on a desire, 1970, to do something to change my career. If you read the book entitled Halftime by Bob Buford, he says you can be successful, but not significant. I was successful in the eyes of the Air Force. I was up to lieutenant colonel in rank, heading up the Air Force Medical Laboratory Clinic in San Antonio, Texas, but I really wasn't significant. I think the Lord had a different plan for me. So I gave it all up, moved to Dallas on a wing and a prayer. Now we have a staff of over 600 people. We have a fantastic database of many million. We have over 150,000 patients in our database. Our longitudinal studies, 126,000 patients. And we've now proven that exercise is undeniable. Let me give you an example. We've found that people have been coming to our clinic at least 20 times over the last 45 years. We have 100,000 patients in that category, that they're living 10 years longer than the national average. Our women are averaging 90.4 years, men 86.5 years. That means the average of the patients coming to the clinic the last 54 years is 88.6 years. The national average is right at 78 years. And they're squaring off the curve. They live this way and then die suddenly. I'm 93 years of age. If I die tomorrow, I've had a fantastic life. I can't complain about that. So it has been an amazing story. But to give you an idea of the impact of this combined relationship with Texas Tech is a wonderful burden off my back. Because I've had to support this institute for many years. A lot of personal support, had to raise the money. We've done that successfully. Dr. Laura Defino is here with me today, been our leader for many years, been able to do that. But I worry about what's going to happen in the future. And what's going to happen if Ray Hunt from Dallas used to say, you get hit by that Mack truck. Well, first of all, I've got my son, who's Dr. Tyler Cooper, who's now he's the CEO, president and CEO of the Cooper Clinic. I'm the chairman of the board of that organization. But we have been able to show if you do something for people that you get return, they will make you successful. But I think a classic example of this combined effort that we have with your School of Public Health there in Dallas had a fantastic opening on the 4th of November. It is picked up by 270 news media around the country. Just that interrelationship that we now have with Texas Tech is going to move us to the next level. Because I want to finish with this. Because we have now affected the world. And an indication of that, it was November the 17th last year ago. Some of you were there. I know Ted was there. When we revealed one of our 4 documentaries, it's a 42-minute entitled The Power of Prevention and the Worldwide Impact of Aerobics. Had a reporter there from CNN. Not the video, but to write up an article. You can still go, and a year later, you can still go to the home page and type in Cooper Exercise and see that interview that she had with me. Found the other day that's been downloaded. 729,600,000 people around the world. You believe that? I even had a text from Uzbekistan the other day. We're worldwide. That's going to take Texas Tech, or associate that we have, to the same level. And I think my final goal with my 20th book, I now have the contract with Simon & Schuster. It'll be published in May of 2025, entitled Getting Healthier as You Get Older, by Kenneth H. Cooper, MD, MPH, the father of aerobics, the cover of the book. And I think with what's in the book, and I'm promoting the clinic, I'm promoting the Research Institute, now it's a collaborative effort, we're going to Cooperize the world. And that's my hope and prayer that'll happen. And remember, too, that your health is your responsibility. It's not the government, it's not the insurance company. It's what you do for yourself determines how long you live. And the most important thing of getting Cooperized is to avoid inactivity. WHO said we have at least 500 million people worldwide who are totally sedentary. at an annual cost of $29 billion a year, or $300 billion over a 10-year period, of diseases that could be prevented. I've given our statistics to both Ted Cruz and Dr. John Cornyn, and both of them have said, why don't you get this information, you can collect the Research Institute to Washington. I've been trying that for 40 years without any success. But they aren't listening to facts. And instead, no, we have the facts. The data is too impressive to be ignored. 3,000 bits of data we collect on every patient coming into our clinic. And from that database, we have a new technical staff working with us at the new Cooper Institute there, they're associated with your organization. We'll have more people to work on that, and I think the future is just scratched. With all these people working together, we're going to change the world. Thank you very much for working with us. Thank you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Chairman, top that.
Oh my gosh, I think I need to pause and go work out. He's just so awesome. What a great way to start our session. So thank you very much for that. So we will go ahead and proceed to item number 1. Dr. Hendrick, if you will.
Yes, I have 2 appointments with tenure. Alexander Rocatelli joined the Davis College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources as an associate professor in September, coming to us from a tenured position at Oklahoma State University. Holds degrees from University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, Auburn University, and Texas Tech University. Kenneth Williams joined the law school as the inaugural Fred Gray Endowed Chair for Civil Rights and Constitutional Law professor in September. He came to us from South Texas College of Law, and also hold tenured positions at Southwestern Law School in Los Angeles, Gonzaga University, and Texas Southern University. He holds degrees from University of San Francisco and the University of Virginia. These 2 faculty have been judged by the respective faculty members, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion. Approval of these 2 faculty members would bring the number of full-time tenured faculty at Texas Tech University to 773 out of 1,153 full-time tenure and tenure-track faculty.
Okay, any comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations to these faculty members. Please, let's give them a round of applause. All right, I think Mr. Kramer is up next.
Thank you. We're here to approve the termed naming of the immigration clinic within the School of Law. Dean Nyland will be up here in a second. Regents, back in August of 2021, we redid the Regents rules as it applies to namings, philanthropic namings, honorific namings, and during those proceedings of changing those Regents rules, we were asked to start to look at term namings, ones where a donor could put in a significant amount of money, it would last for a certain amount of time, to really look and see if we can actually get donors to participate in not perpetual namings, but in a term. So we're excited today to move this item forward. Karen Holden's here, Byron Kennedy's here. This is a gift that is going to benefit the law school, and it is a term naming. Regent Griffin, as I think you might be the only one left that was on that committee for Chapter 13. Dean Nyland, do you want to tell us about the gift?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So the donors are Jim and Leah Finley. Jim grew up in Lubbock. He's a 1987 graduate of the law school. He's a Texas Tech undergrad as well. He and his wife are very philanthropic and passionate about Texas Tech. Jim Finley is a recently retired city attorney. He was city attorney of Longview for 23 years. He's had a wonderful career. He and his wife are avid sports fans. They love Texas Tech football and Texas Tech basketball. They were here for the Colorado game. I wish we'd give them a little better game that day. They were inspired by the Brookshire Foundation's Veterans Law Clinic gift, and they were inspired to support an immigration clinic because Jim saw that need as a city attorney in Longview. The Finley's gift is $1 million over 5 years, $200,000 a year. That will support the overwhelming majority of the costs of the clinic, probably at least 80%. The main cost of a clinic is the faculty member who's the clinic director, the professor and practitioner who guides the students. Live client clinics, as you may know, are really important in legal education. There's no better training for law students than to actually have real cases and real clients in a clinic under the direction of a professor who's also a practitioner. So it's a great educational experience for our students. There's also an incredible amount of student interest in immigration law. I'm in my 8th year as dean, and every single year I've been dean, I've had students come and ask me for an immigration law clinic, and I've never had the funds to do that until this incredible gift. There's so much student interest. It's also great for admissions. No one's been more excited than my assistant dean of admissions because we get inquiries and we lose students every year because we don't have an immigration clinic. And then there are a lot of jobs in immigration clinics, and so this will help our employment numbers, push them up at least a little bit. It's also incredible for the community. There are a lot of folks who need help, and we've got 8 clinics, and by next fall with this clinic, we'll have 10 clinics. We help a lot of people in the community. And we currently have a really wonderful pro bono program with Rate of Relief, where law students work with our adjunct professor of immigration law and help Texas Tech undergraduate students and graduate students who have immigration law issues. We help them make sure they've got their educational visa, that it's extended, that if they want to stay here for a work visa, that they can do that. We will roll that into this clinic and help even more of our own students, faculty, and staff, as well as people in the community. So we've currently got 8 clinics with the Veterans Law Clinic, and with this Immigration Law Clinic, that would put us at 10 clinics. Typically, clinics serve about 8 students, so we'll have 80 spots in clinics. We typically graduate about 140 people, so these clinics are for third-year law students, so we'll have over half of our students in clinics. That should help our bar pass numbers as the bar exam is becoming much more practice-oriented. So we really appreciate the Finley's generosity and their support. We're excited about the huge impact of this clinic, and we're enthusiastic about the prospect of having it named in their honor, and we thank you for consideration of this proposal. I also just want to say how much the law school appreciates the incredible support we've got from the system and the university, and especially President Skuvinik and Provost Hendrick. Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation, the president recommends and the chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the naming of the newly established Immigration Law Clinic for the period of 5 years within the School of Law to be known as the Jim and Leah Finley Immigration Law Clinic. This is to honor the donors.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, Dr. Hendrick, you're back up.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a Bachelor of Science in Economics and Mathematics. This program will be offered face-to-face at the Lubbock campus with some hybrid and blended online course delivery and will be housed within the Department of Economics and the College of Arts and Sciences. This interdisciplinary degree will prepare graduates for a wide range of career options across various industries in areas such as economic consulting, financial analysis, data science, and more. There is one similar program only here in the state of Texas at Rice University. We're projecting first-year enrollments of 20 and 55 by the end of year 5. Projected costs are minimal to support promotional and recruiting material and some additional advising, and will be more than offset by increased formula funding and tuition fees.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay. Then I move to approve the motion as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please proceed to item number 4.
Thank you. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board approve the conferral of an honorary degree of humane letters. Advance notice was provided to the Board as required by the Regents' rules, and a complete listing of all honorary degrees conferred by Texas Tech University is provided in the back of your agenda book.
All right, and just a reminder for the Regents, the name of the individual being conferred is confidential, so that's why we're not listing it here today. But are there any questions or comments? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And proceed to item number 5. Let's see.
One of the most impactful memories I have of growing up in Odessa, Texas, was the year we made the 1,000-mile round trip to Houston, Texas, to the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. My grandmother had been diagnosed with a rare form of thyroid cancer, and at that time there wasn't cancer expertise in West Texas, and the HSC was in its infancy. We made that long journey many times over that 13-month period, and it took a toll on her and our family. My story is no different than the many Texans who face similar challenges in accessing the best health care for themselves and their families. This gap in cancer care results in unacceptable outcomes in West Texas for the individuals who provide the food, fiber, and fuel for our state and our nation. This cancer incident rate is 8 to 12 times higher than the national occurrence for all types of cancer, and the survival rate is much lower than in urban areas. I am very excited today to introduce Dr. Lance McMahon, Senior Vice President for Research and Innovation, and Dr. Thomas Hudson, Chief of Oncology Division in the Department of Internal Medicine at the Texas Tech University School of Medicine, to outline our plan to close the gap on access to quality care for Texans we serve. Our goal of achieving the NCI designation, the National Cancer Institute designation, will open new doors to groundbreaking research, innovative treatment options, and greater access to care for the people of West Texas and eastern New Mexico. Cancer is a big challenge, and TTU is committed to rising to that challenge. Dr. McMahon?
Thank you, President Rice Spearman. Today, I want to discuss how we can bring life-saving cancer care directly to West Texas. And if you can give me about 10, 15 minutes of your time, I'll try to get us to lunch. TTU-HSC boasts some of the nation's leading researchers. We've got Dr. Tom Hudson sitting here with us. Tom, please stand. And I also want to introduce Matt Shearer, who's the Chief of Staff of the UMC Cancer Center, who are joining me today. And Tom is very busy. Thank you for coming to join us. I'll do the honors of presenting, and maybe you can make a few remarks once I've finished the presentation. Research is only as powerful as the people it reaches. As a university, we are committed to deliver these discoveries to the people who need them most. Closing the gap between West Texas lab and West Texas lives. I'll show you why NCI designation is essential. It's a powerful step toward giving West Texans the best cancer care available right here at home. We'll begin by examining what the NCI is and its importance, especially for an underserved region like our own. We'll then discuss the current cancer disparities in West Texas and why they make NCI designation not only timely, but necessary for our region. I'll share TTU-HSC's plan for Pathway to NCI, showing how TTU-HSC's infrastructure, leadership, and innovative approach will position us to achieve this goal. Then I'll outline the role of partnerships and community engagement as a key ingredient to our success. Think of the NCI as the NFL of cancer research, the premier league where only the top institutions compete. Achieving NCI designation is like being drafted into the NFL. It's a mark of excellence, and it gives access to the best resources, funding, and collaborative networks. In this league, the standards are incredibly high, with institutions on the front lines of cancer prevention, diagnosis, and treatment for the nation. Institutions with NCI designation are recognized for their rigorous standards in cancer research and patient care. For TTU-HSC, achieving this designation could mean an infusion of resources, national visibility, access to top-tier expertise, positioning us as a leader in cancer research care that serves the unique needs of our region. I think it was Regent Womble who said earlier that when we were talking about the aviation facility at ASU, how competitive recruitment would be in that space. I can't emphasize enough just how competitive this space is in our nation right now with respect to recruiting faculty, recruiting students. the NCI designation is a very big deal. If we achieve it, it will signify and help secure our position of bringing the highest quality cancer care to West Texas, eliminating the need for residents, as Dr. Rice-Spearman just mentioned, to travel long distances to access cutting-edge treatments. So why should NCI designation matter to you? For West Texas, NCI designation means access to life-saving treatments, diagnostics, and resources. Right here. Currently, the nearest NCI designated center is over 300 miles away, a journey that many can't afford to make. This distance is more than an inconvenience. It's a barrier to survival. With this designation, we can offer advanced treatments and clinical trials locally, giving our residents options and opportunities that they've never had before. Designation would also drive economic growth in our region, creating jobs, attracting top talent, and fostering partnerships with hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and research entities. We can build a healthcare workforce that serves West Texas and establishes ourselves as a magnet for innovation and healthcare excellence. Our goal is to not only bring state-of-the-art cancer care to West Texas, but to do so in a way that is sustainable, impactful, and aligned with the needs of our communities. NCI designation would empower us to shape a cancer care model that serves rural populations and addresses their unique healthcare disparities head-on. There's clearly a divide in cancer care resources available between the east and the west side of the state. Our chancellor and our president and others in this room make that point over and over again. While East Texas and its large urban centers have greater access to cancer resources and specialists, West Texas remains underserved. As you can see, there is no NCI designated center within a 300-mile radius in our region, despite what Congress tasked the NCI to achieve. Historically, our rural populations have lacked specialists. They face higher travel burdens and often have fewer options for timely care. We need and deserve equitable distribution of cancer care resources. NCI designation would provide us with those resources, network, and support necessary to bridge these gaps and bring life-saving care to West Texas. So this is a fairly busy slide. And by the way, you just received a booklet that will help further outline and provide details of many of the points I'm making in this talk. I'll try to go through this slide a little bit more quickly than I had originally planned for the sake of time. But there are 5 key areas that are highlighted here. Higher cancer risks, we have high-risk populations, we have higher rural cancer mortality, limited access to clinical trials, and late diagnoses and treatment gaps. Cancer is diagnosed at later stages. Screening and prevention is much less likely to occur in rural areas as it is in urban areas, and therefore our mortality rates are much higher in West Texas as compared to other parts of the state, especially the urban and east side of the state. So what does it take to achieve NCI designation? Strong research infrastructure. We need advanced facilities equipped with state-of-the-art technology, labs, biobanks, and research centers, all in a dedicated 100,000 square foot space focused on cancer research. I mean, at TTUHSC on our Lubbock campus, our research space allocation is currently about 150,000 square feet. For this, we're talking about 100,000 square feet dedicated exclusively to cancer. So that would be 2/3 of our current footprint. We'll need to think about how we grow our research capacity in the future if we're really going to tackle this journey and this pathway. Our research programs must be top-notch. I talked about how competitive this space is. We need to find new treatments and translate discoveries into real-world application. NCI designation requires $10 million in direct costs from the NCI. Just so that you have a picture of where we are now, we're just shy of $3 million. So we need another $7 million to achieve NCI status. Well, how do you do that? You recruit 60 researchers who are working on NCI-funded projects. Now we've got 5, 6, 7 researchers who have about 10 NCI grants right now. But if we're going to get to that benchmark of 60 researchers, it's going to take a pretty serious investment on behalf of our university to get there. We need coordinated care teams and a strong clinical trials infrastructure to give patients access to the latest treatments. This includes providing support services for patients and building spaces for both research and care. And I love what UMC is doing, our very important partner in this journey. They're building a holistic spiritual exercise, more holistic approach to treating cancer care, and that's an important part of what we're trying to achieve. I know that the question was raised earlier about, and the building in El Paso is a beautiful example of positioning the infusion centers where the patients can actually look into the mountains, and to me, that would be. We're going to do that here too. Well, I don't know about that, Ted. But we are, I don't know what we have planned, but we'll move mountains. We'll see. Community engagement and outreach is very important to this journey. We need to have not only top-notch physicians working to deliver cancer care, but we need public health specialists and community health workers getting out into our rural communities to help with the message that Dr. Cooper delivered, and that is prevention, prevention, prevention. And we can only accomplish that if we're building trust with our communities through robust community networks. We need leadership and administrative support. I'm telling everybody, we are on a mission where we are committed to we have a relentless commitment to collaboration as we pursue this designation. Collaboration is going to be critical. And then we need sustainable funding and financial investment, and you'll be hearing more about that as we move forward into the legislative session. Okay. Go ahead and. Yes, ma'am.
No, sorry about that. When you're mentioning sustainable funding and financial investments, are there, outside of what we could go and talk with the legislature, are there other programs that we're already researching and talking to? Because it seems like it's a big, daunting task to think, we only have one place to go for that.
Yeah. So when you start thinking of really a BHAG, a big audacious project like this, you start thinking about what are your funding sources? What are those pillars, where they need to come from? First and foremost for us, it's community partnerships. And so, for example, here in Lubbock, we've talked a lot about our primary partner, University Medical Center, and how we'll be coming alongside them and supporting the TLC2 Cancer Center there. That will be a model that we will use across our communities and partnering with them and their hospitals. This is a rural cancer collaborative that will allow us to bring the care to their communities. The second bucket of dollars will be from our state legislature. It's our big ask going into our legislative appropriations request, and that is $25 million a year to help build out this infrastructure that's going to be required, these 60 faculty members, this infrastructure that's going to be required for us to build upon what we already have. Another source area are federal funds. So NIH funds, again, CPRIT funds at the state level. These are all, it will not all come from a single source. This is going to be a multifaceted approach and building out a plan of what that looks like. We've already started building out that plan by our legislative appropriations request that's going forward.
Very good, thank you.
So the current cancer infrastructure and building on our foundation. We already have a strong foundation in cancer research and care. Dr. Thomas Hudson here is leading nationally recognized trials in urologic cancers, enhancing our ability to offer cutting-edge clinical trials. We have other faculty. Dr. Pat Reynolds, who's the director of the School of Medicine Cancer Center. He's an international leader in pediatric oncology and translational research and has generated $36 million in active funding and over $78 million since its inception. Dr. Irene Lebec, who is an associate professor in the School of Pharmacy in Abilene. So remember, we have multiple campuses that serve our university and will serve our journey moving forward. She's doing some innovative work and has an NCI grant to look at unique ways to deliver therapeutics to specific targets, while not delivering those therapeutics to cells where the therapeutics could be toxic. Our current capacity and expertise has prepared us well for this next step. With our strong foundation in place, the addition of new and substantial resources, as just described, will allow us to expand our capabilities and amplify our impact throughout the region. So here are some of the important pillars of the program: early detection and prevention, research and data analytics, integrated treatment and care. At this point, I'll leave this slide with you, and I'd like to give Dr. Hudson an opportunity to say a few words about his contribution and his efforts to lead our Pathway to NCI journey.
Thank you, Dr. McMahon, and thank you for the leadership of TTU-HSC, Dr. Rice-Behrman, our provost, Dr. D'Agostino. It's an honor and a privilege to be charged with the task of helping TTU-HSC build a world-class destination cancer center. The pathway to NCI designation is one that will take several years, and I like the word collaboration. I've been here just a short 3.5 months. It's amazing how that time has flown by. Every week, I am uncovering more amazing assets available to the cancer program. And it's going to be exciting to collaborate with all components of TTU-HSC. But I charge the various presidents that are sitting here from the various components within the system. I'm going to be coming over to your institutions very soon. I want to uncover all the exciting cancer work that's being done. Sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And so our first step is to TTU, and I think there's a graduate program there, there's medical sciences being done that are not part of TTU-HSC. I think together we can form this great collaborative, there's rural medicine initiative to really it's our moonshot to provide cancer care to West Texas. And I truly believe we do not need to travel to get the best care here. So far in this short 3.5 months, me along with Matt, who's my chief administrator, have been working on quality improvement. We're understanding what we have available to us currently within our cancer center. We want to exploit the good sides of that and then fix some of the things that may not be working so well. We have already reached out to industry partners. These are the big multi-billion-dollar industry partners such as the Pfizers, the Glaxos, and they are lining up to come visit the TTU-HSC after the first of the year. And so what I've done so far is I'm going to various programs within TTU-HSC, for instance, cell biology, where there are basic science researchers who are excited to get to now meet with their industry colleagues and help them find ways to partner with first-in-human drugs. Some of these drugs may be the new standard of care, the new changers in how we treat or cure cancer. So there's so much potential here. I'm very excited about it. And thank you for entrusting me with this great responsibility. And I hope that I have many opportunities to inform the Board of Regents of the great success. I think it will be palpable to you, and I think we will reach major milestones that you will all be proud of on our way to the victory, which is NCI designation. Thank you.
So we can conclude there and take questions if there are any.
How does this tie in with the John Wayne Cancer Institute? Is there any affiliation, or is it?
Absolutely. This will be a part of the surgical oncology program, another tool in our toolbox towards our NCI designation. So as Dr. Hudson said, all the pieces are coming together, and steps have been going on these last couple of years to really lay a foundation that's going to allow us to build upon this. You know, when Dr. Hudson came and I met him, the first thing I said to him was, okay, are you ready to roll up your sleeves and get to work? And he said, yes, ma'am, let's do this. So I know we have the right guy in the right place to make this happen.
Any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you very much for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Carrick Davis. Thank you to all. This concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called back to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 items, action items resulting from executive session. Number 1, to approve a gift-related naming of an academic unit at Texas Tech University, with the naming to be announced at a later date. I move that the board authorize the gift-related naming of an academic unit at Texas Tech University in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session, and delegate to President Skuvanek the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Okay, motion 2, to approve purchase of real property by TTU HSC. I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in Lubbock, Texas, all under the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Motion 3, to authorize acquisition of real property located in El Paso. I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes.
And our final and 4th motion to authorize sale of MSU real property. I move that the board authorize President Haney or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the sale of real property owned by MSU in Wichita Falls, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, there are no other actions to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, November 15th at 8:30 a.m. We're in recess.